We're reconvening in open session. I'm sorry I scared you, Clerk Jackson. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance by Macy Whitehead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Announcement of action items taken in closed session. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal Release, Information Received. E1.1, action item to adopt resolution number 1819-19 to release and/or reassign probationary teachers for non-reelection pursuant to Education Code. Passed unanimously. E1.2, Government Code Section 44954, adoption of resolution number 1819-20, notice of release of temporary employees, passed by unanimous vote. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, OAH case number 2018-110628, unanimously approved. E3, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipating litigation, information received. We are moving on to item I, approval of the agenda. Do I have any changes to the agenda? Any requests?
Yes.
Okay. Clerk Jackson?
Gathering my thoughts, Jim. I'm trying
Okay.
to organize my stuff still. Give me 1 second, I apologize.
It's okay. Anybody else have anything else?
It is. First item is item O2.
Okay. So you'd like to move that to action for
Well,
discussion?
actually, yes. There's some concerns about the way it's currently proposed
Okay.
that I take issue with at this time.
Okay, so we're moving it to off consent into action O2. Anything else on the agenda?
And if I could find the rest of my notes, I would. Oh, here it is, right here. Thank you. Got stuck to the wrong deal. Actually, that's the only item on the,
Okay, do I have any other changes to the agenda? With that, one amendment to move O2 to off of consent to action. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda is adopted. So next, communications and celebrations. We have Principal Mr. Jay Burns from Stonegate Elementary. I can see him.
right, guys, these guys are outstanding. This is the Stonegate Lions. We were going to start with Welcome to the Jungle, but I just didn't know how that was going to go. I didn't know if that was going to be too much. We want to show you some of our artwork from some of our students. Ofa, Sam, you want to come over here too so we can get you guys moving? All right, guys, thank you. You guys can take it back over
We should
there,
go around.
okay?
Or we could have them.
That was Mrs. Henson and the Stonegate Band. Please give them a round of applause again. You ready?
Show us
The artwork.
Oh, you want to see the artwork?
We do. We absolutely do.
If we show it to you, you get to have more.
Yes, absolutely.
Come on, guys, bring it up. Show them the artwork.
It's okay.
Oh,
we'll
wow.
find it after.
This just got done with our VAPA art showcase on the party.
Wonderful, thank
So
you.
this is, Nikki would recommend this to their elementary students.
I love this.
You guys can go this way too.
That's good.
TK5.
Wow.
You guys can walk around and show it to them.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Dance move while you're doing it.
Principal Burns, we would like you to see do the dance move as they do it.
Oh, well, we were good. Okay.
All right. You have to stay over. All right, so school board, we want to thank you for having us. I'm Jay Burns, I'm the principal. This is Ms. Rat Patterson. She's amazing. She's our assistant principal. She makes me great. We've got some amazing teachers out here from Stonegate as well. And we have a social worker, an outreach specialist. Wave at them and stand up and dance. Dance, please. So we want to thank you, Ms. Luna, thank you, Mr. Parsons, Ms. Lee, Mr. Malpanitas, thank you for having here. We want to make sure you guys have a little fun tonight, okay? So we want to tell you about the Stonegate Lions. And the reality is the lion really does not sleep at night. It just doesn't. And we want to get you started, so I'm going to introduce you to Ofa. Ofa, turn around, wave at them. This is Ofa boy. And Sam, turn around, wave. There you go, this is Sam. And we're going to talk to you about the 5 habitats of the Stonegate Lions. You guys ready?
Yes.
Sure.
Question is, are you ready? No, I'm
Okay.
kidding.
Oh, I'm always ready.
All right. Hi. Once again, we'd like to thank you for having us this evening. I'm Ofa Oy, and
And I'm Samantha Constantia.
we're both fellow 8th graders of the Stonegate Lions. Welcome to the jungle. This isn't working. So you may wonder what the 5 habitats are. They are arts, athletics, academics, agriculture, and activities. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. The right one? Okay. All right. So starting with preschool, we see we have some arts and activities, learning through academics. TK stands for Transitional Kindergarten. These are kids learning to get into kindergarten through spelling and team bonding exercises. Welcome to kindergarten. We have a lot of fun colors and arts, one of our many habitats of the 5. First grade, we have some kitchen making skills. We learn how to make lemonade and using different pronouns. Math, enrichment, and collaboration, those are some big words for first graders. We have community helping with the firefighters and learning the fundamentals. Second grade, we have readathons and workshops, learning how to read and write and build together. Third grade, we have field trips, wetlands, and Sutter's Fort. I personally really liked the wetlands because it allowed me to learn about the wilderness while still having fun with my friends. Stonegate Strong, the Team 4. This is agriculture, one of our habitats. Our 4th graders are planting a garden for the cafeteria and the food we eat every day. For 5th graders, we have one last field trip and building exercises with little buddies, and the kindergartners helping them with everyday work and building their foundational education.
6th grade, welcome to the upper grades where we do awesome stuff. So a part of our activities of the habitat, we have a Sly Park program that we do every year where we get to do hikes and pretty cool stuff there. And then in 7th grade, we have
We have a lot of team building, and we also have an ELD program. Go ELD. Look at how happy they all look. And then 8th grade, we are just hanging out till promotion. We all look so happy. And then those of us have been here 1 year, and some of us have been longer. As a fellow 8th grader, speaking from experience, we have enjoyed our time here. As we close out, I've been at Stonegate since 6th grade. We have one more slide. Okay, so for Erickson's class, we have, going back to kitchen making skills, we have some excellent things going on, no pun intended. And then AVID, this is all about college readiness. This is what Stonegate's about, building your future education. They have speakers come in and go to different colleges to see what it's like. For our band portion, we got the opportunity to play at the Kings, which was really fun. And here are some pictures of that. Stonegate Athletics, one of my favorite things. We have the Stonegate football team come in as first place, the volleyball team come in as second place, and the girls basketball team as third place. That was my favorite sport to play. We also have Harvest Festival as one of our activities at Stonegate. We have horse riding and costumes and that type of stuff. What's happening in the Lions Den? So we have ATA martial arts after school, and congratulations to Jocelyn for our spelling bee. And we also have a college savings account all the way from preschool upward. And finally, last but not least, one of my favorite teachers, Miss Williams. She's won Financial Teacher of the Month. So congratulations to her. Okay. As we close out, I've been at Stonegate since 6th grade, and one thing I like to say about Stonegate that stands out is that you can make really good relationships at that school. Like, for example, Ofa, she's been my friend since 6th grade, and yeah. I agree with Samantha. One of my favorite things to do was play on the Stonegate athletics teams, and we build bonds with not only your grade, but the different grades below you instead of putting yourself beyond others.
All right, so we just want to thank you guys for having us out tonight. We're really proud of these students, and this is what we're about. We're about our students at Stonegate, so we want to bring them out and show you how great they are. We have amazing programs going on. We have amazing staff members. I want to just highlight our teachers. We have great classified staff. We have great social workers, you name it, people in the cafeteria. The food's really good, actually. Right?
You sound surprised, Principal Burns.
Good job. No, honestly, we have amazing people from our campus monitors, our new supervisors, to our campus aides. It's a blast at Stonegate. If you guys want to come out and hang out in the jungle, please come. Please check in the office first, though. And we thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have our student board report from Macy Whitehead from River City High. Hi, Macy.
Hi, thank you. So today is going to be short. So starting with River City, we just had our annual RC's Got talent show, and the turnout was better than any of the years combined, and the show was amazing. We're working on our upcoming rally, which is on May 24th, which is a while away, but we have some surprises. And we're working on the next year's apparel as well as next year's event calendar. For YOLO attended the second Future Scholars Conference on February 22nd, which was hosted by Sacramento City College on Freeport Boulevard. YOLO had a huddle today, again, to recognize students who have shown improvements in one or more of the following areas: academics, attendance, and behavior. The winter handball tournament began on February 11th. Parents were encouraged to attend, and parent-guardian info meetings are being held on the last Thursday of every month at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Macy.
That's all.
Thank you, Macy. Can I invite Dawn Stauffer up for the WSTA report? Evening, Dawn.
Good evening. I'm pleased to hear that SB 126 is going to the governor's desk, and I'm glad to hear now that charter schools will be subject to the same reasonable accountability standards that everyone else is. I know on tap are several other proposals that will also do more to level the playing field between charter schools and traditional public schools, and I'm eagerly looking forward to those. I'd like to thank the district for moving quickly to post and then fill the new instructional coaching positions. I hope the district will now be opening the other positions we know that will need to be filled by next fall. Again, the goal here is that everyone who is losing their position will have an opportunity to find another place within Washington Unified. And then when March 15th comes by, we won't have to give out any pink slips. That's the goal. And then we look forward to seeing all of you at the CTA Capital Service Dinner on Monday, and I know it'll be a fun time. We have Beth Curtis from CTA Legal Services speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to K3, CSEA report. Daniel?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I would like to thank the board, and I'd like to thank HR and the staff for meeting with CSEA over the last few weeks to discuss the impacts of the layoffs. We met and there were good conversations. We got an understanding for why. And I would like to see from the board and from the district maybe a plan on what we are doing spending-wise, so hopefully this doesn't happen again. So in future board meetings and HR meetings, you know, maybe a plan to see what we're doing in cost. Other things that are going on, I know we have negotiations starting at the end of the March, and then we have some paraeducators, a handful of them going to a conference starting next week. So we have about 5 or 6 that are going, and that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan. Now is the time for public comments. Given the large number of public comments and our limited schedule, I'm actually going to cut the public comment down to 2 minutes for this section. And at this time, 2 minutes per comment. Ruth. So before we do that, I'm going to read the statement. So at this time, members of the public may address the board on the topic of our study session, of our board session, in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes today, 2 minutes during this section to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. We do recognize that for a lot of people, commenting before the board and the audience and the people watching at home on television is a nerve-wracking experience. So to try to make that as easy as possible, we do ask that there not be any applause or booing or catcalling or other demonstrations to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. First up is Patty Michaels.
Hello, I'm Patty Michaels. I'm a district office employee, and I'd like to address some issues of safety concern. I've brought it up with my supervisors, and I have been basically belittled on this every time I've brought it up. It's a safety issue. The doors that when we first started there were to be secured. Now we keep the buildings all secure, but these areas of concern is left open where anybody in the public can walk in and wait. And when I've brought this to my supervisor's attention, I've gotten this comment: it's your job to make sure they're secure. But when I have to go lock a door 4 or 5 times, that's taken me from my job to secure 4 rooms. The other comment was, well, we're going to have 30 less people next year. You won't have to worry about it. In the meantime, these areas are left open where anybody in the public can just go in and wait. They need to be addressed, and the security issue of locking these doors and keeping them locked for the safety of the employees, both day and night, isn't necessary. But I'm put down constantly about it, and I don't think it's right that these are left open where somebody can be in there and get injured because someone off the street has gone in and waited. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gulen Bronin. Yes, I apologize. Did I clearly butchered your name. Gwen.
Yes.
Gwen.
Yes.
Bronin.
She
Hi,
said that,
Gwen.
hi, she said that we could ask if we could share our minutes together. It's GWEN, I know. It's okay. It's always, it always gets slaughtered every time. Would that be okay if we shared our minutes
Yes,
together?
go for the 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Gwen Brannon, and I'm speaking on behalf of Riverbank Elementary School. I've taught for 27 years, 3rd grade, and I've been teaching at Riverbank since 2009. So since it's been a long time, I'm probably older than many of you. So I'm not sure if you'll be familiar with the television show MASH that was popular in the 70s when I was a kid. It stands for Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, and the people there were tasked with helping severely wounded soldiers of the Korean War, and their job was to patch them up and put them back in the line of fire. It was kind of a valiant attempt to reduce battlefield losses. And you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with anything? But in my opinion, working at my school is a little bit like working in that surgical hospital. Our clientele are the neediest of our community, many below the poverty line and all on free and reduced lunch. Many suffer from the effects of substance abuse that has wrecked their lives. Others suffer from events so traumatic they suffer from PTSD, just like the soldiers at war. Some have no exposure to written language or reading until they enter school, and others' attendance and unstable family structure prevent them from getting access to the education they deserve. Behaviors of our traumatized students are frequently extreme. They react with violence and put others in danger. On average, a police officer is called to our school to assist 3 to 4 times a week in resolving a behavioral incident. But like the brave surgeons in MASH, the faculty at Riverbank faces these daily challenges with skill, patience, and empathy. We care deeply about the welfare of our students and their future. Unfortunately, we feel like we are losing our battle. In MASH, there were times when the wounded were piling up on stretchers outside the tents, and more in helicopters on the horizon, and only 5 surgeons and limited supplies of wartime. They could just not keep up. Many died waiting for a chance to see a doctor, while nurses desperately tried to triage those hurt most egregiously. So it is for us teachers. We are scrambling to provide needed interventions for children struggling to learn, and the numbers of those in dire need keep increasing. Yet, despite the rising numbers, our supplies are being cut, and our surgeons or specialists are being cut, just when we need them most. In our K-8 roundtable meetings to discuss MTSS students at risk, there were 129 students discussed. Every student referred to testing from this list has qualified for special education. Currently, 10 students are on a list to be tested, many of which will have to wait until next year due to the length of assessments and the availability of experts to test them. Our only special education teacher for K-5 currently has a caseload of 26 students, not including those waiting to be tested, and the 15 on deck for SSTs. The maximum caseload she can take is 28. Currently, 3 reading support teachers serve our K-5 students. These teachers support 63 Tier 3 students, 20 of which are second graders reading at level A, the equivalent to beginning kindergarten. These specialists are helping to stop the bleeding of the struggling readers, but it is not enough. More keep coming, and now we are going to lose those bandages as well. Furthermore, we have a youth outreach specialist who makes contact with 150 to 200 students and parents per week, people who come to her for support, be it emotional well-being, conflict-related, a mental health concern, or seeking services for themselves or families. Our social worker is here every other Wednesday and every Thursday and Friday, and there's a long waiting list for students to join her support groups. Next year, her time will be divided even more as she will be assigned to another school. Our school is in a crisis. Our students are crying out for emotional and academic supports, and instead of sending in more specialized staff and resources, they are taken away. Teachers are asked to support the students the best they can in the classroom. We do our best, but it is taking a toll on our health, on our mental well-being, on our ability to be empathetic in the face of never-ending aggression, disrespect, and violence from students. The district tells us to practice self-care. The stress from our environment. Would you like to
I
finish?
have a few sentences back.
Okay.
I guess we're done, because that was the 4 minutes, unless there's this much
Just,
left.
you can email us the statement. Thank you. Kimmy Gibson.
I wanted to thank the board for pulling the classified layoffs until the effects were negotiated. By doing so, we were able to trade a position with a warm body in it for a vacant supervisory position, which would give the district approximately $70,000 more in savings. That was great. Unfortunately, we were then made aware the district is going to have co-principals next year at some schools rather than a principal and vice principal. So I guess that savings instead just funded the pay increases they will have to give to go with the change. I would also like to thank the Twin Rivers Board President, fellow trustee, along with the Executive Director of Highlands Charter and one of Highlands Charter's teachers for being in attendance tonight to clarify many of the negative comments about Highlands Community Charter and Twin Rivers Board of Education for approving the charter that have been made by some of our board members. It is not the fault of either that our district is closing the majority of our adult ed classes. We should be thankful there is someone here to pick up what Washington Unified can no longer allow to encroach on their funds. We cannot be here to do nothing but bash others. Everybody is in a bad place right now, and everybody's trying to help one another out with what we can. And we should be a little bit more thankful that there's somebody who can pick up what we can no longer offer, regardless of who they are. And if you have questions, ask them, get the clarifications first before you publicly bash people when they're not here to answer their questions, and then automatically cut your comments down to 2 minutes when they're here to clarify those things when they were denied a place on our agenda while asking for it. It was very inappropriate, Ms. Kirby.
Okay. Ms. Linda Fowler.
Thank you. I'm Linda Fowler. I am president of the Twin Rivers Unified School District Board of Trustees, and I'm here tonight to give you a little bit of information and insight about some of the things that we do at Twin Rivers and in Highlands Community Charter School. One of the things that we had the foresight, literally, to approve a charter school that will help your failures as well as our failures and other districts' failures. These individuals are given a second chance at life. In our community, as well as your community, you have so many tax takers that we convert them to taxpayers by giving them the kind of information that they can have for jobs and for education to go forward in their life, to make a life a better living. This is the kind of thing that we like to do as an educational institution, is to look at all of our individuals to see what we can do to help them in life. One of the things that really has been bothering me is whenever you have professional people that will trash another district, you know, I don't really care what you say about me because my career path is over. At 83 years old, I am not looking for some other kind of path to go through. But you know, the people in Del Paso Heights that were literally without jobs, many of them are former inmates, we believed that it was up to us to make certain that we could do what we could, and everything we could do to make certain that they had a livable wage. But whenever you trash another district, you don't just hurt anything except the children. They're the ones that have to carry the burden of being able to say, look, these people are trashing my district. I have no pride in going to Twin Rivers. That's not right. And I would hope that whenever you start trashing any other district, that you would think about the children involved, because it is they who have to suffer the consequences. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you tonight, and I would like to give you some documents of which I have prepared.
Please provide it to Superintendent Luna. Mr. Michael Baker.
Thank you. My name is Mike Baker, and I'm the clerk of the Twin Rivers Unified School District Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to speak because my picture was posted on social media on February 18th with some false truths. Now, SB 126, I agree, absolutely. Yes, I'm glad it's on the governor's desk. Do I believe that us approving charter schools should be allowed to operate in your district? Absolutely not. Our actions should not reflect your students. We fully agree on that. Our actions should not demeanor what you do in your district, and I firmly believe with that. I also believe that the state dashboard should show specific charter schools in your area. Highlands Community Charter is going to operate in your district. It should show what they're doing in your district so you can see that. The statement that was made on Facebook made out that I approved, as a member of the board, multiple charter schools. I've approved one charter school since I've been on the board 7.5 years. One. It was a Highlands Community Charter School, and the only reason why I approved that charter school, because when I got elected to the board, our adult education was in trouble. It was a need, and this was a help. Since then, the company I have worked for has hired somebody out of from Highlands Community Charter. They're doing good work in our district. If you disagree with that, it is what it is. They're here, and until we can work together in a positive way to change that, it is what it is. If you don't like how they operate, call me. Let's come walk the Highlands Community Charter School in your district together. Let's work together on how to improve this. At this point in time, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do to change that. I just don't like being bashed on social media with my picture about false truths and me and what I support and what I don't support, so I haven't had any conversations with any of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Murdoch Smith.
Good evening. I'm the director of Highlands Community Charter Schools, and I appreciate that story about MASH. My mother, who recently passed, was a nurse, and my father was a Marine fighter pilot, and they actually met in a MASH hospital. I think the important thing of that story was collaboration and partnerships, that not everybody can handle things, whether you're in a forward position, in a combat zone, or in, like they're saying, the combat zone that they're working in daily. I'm a retired police administrator. I understand that. I want you to know that we've had a long time standing practice or agreement with Yolo County Office of Education, where our early childhood education students are manning your Head Start program here, doing their 480 hours so they get their nationwide credential in ECE. Highlands is a school that serves adults 22 to age who don't have a high school diploma. We're not going to remove any revenue from your district. If we could get partnerships, we'll actually give you significant revenue in return, like we do in other areas, through helping with your staffing cost, lease, janitorial, security, to tune to tens of thousands of dollars. This is not something that takes money from a district. Our school gives money to districts, sometimes significantly, and creates community partnerships with CBOs. On our board, I see you shaking your head, we have 2 leaders of labor unions. The largest one, Dora Radford, Local 185, and Kevin Ferreira of all the craft trades. We have educators. This is something that people have earned 400 high school diplomas. They've got their Class A license, medical assistant, everything for free, cosmetology, manicuring. We're the only school on the West Coast that does early childhood education, that mans, well, our governor visited our school last weekend, and his wife, because of some of the, I would hope we could reach out and partner to create revenue and opportunity for people in your community who we're serving now. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike R. Not present. Annie Chisholm.
Good evening. As you said, my name is Annie Chisholm, and I'm an 8th grade math teacher at Riverbank Elementary, and I just wanted to add on to something that Gwen started earlier this evening. Riverbank students need more than a Band-Aid. We are triaging students' needs and sending them to empty surgical rooms. Please help our students become the learners that we know that they can be. Our MTSS pyramid is upside down, and we need a bigger team to flip it over. Please find a way to add support, to add social worker time, to bring county mental health services to our school, and to add special education personnel and reading specialists. We need them. Our school is bleeding. As we, the Riverbank teachers, continue our fight, we will listen for helicopters, hoping they do come and knowing then that reinforcements are on their way. The second thing I wanted to address was our RCD program. I am speaking tonight also as a member of both the Dream Team Design Team and the RCD team. I am asking that the board approve renewing the contract with ICLE. Under their guidance, we have identified the priority standards for all grade levels in math and ELA, develop units of studies which provide valuable resources and strategies that allow us to create lessons and tasks that are not only engaging, but also provide varied levels of complexity. We have also created pre- and post-assessments for these units of studies which allow us, educators, and our students to see and celebrate areas of growth, as well as allowing students and teachers to create goals to improve areas with no growth. We are at the beginning of this process. This endeavor started with the Dream Team with the support of ICLE, along with our TOSA, Monique Judge, our program specialist, Michelle Garcia, and our assistant superintendents, Amber Lee and Andy Parsons, as well as, many others I'm probably not mentioning. WUSD rolled out the RCD units for ELA and math this school year, 2018-19. We will continue to reevaluate and tweak some of our units of study, but we need the support and to continue so that we know how to process the data all of our hard work has created. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Samantha Freeman.
This is Callie. She's my granddaughter. Callie is 3. She will turn 4 July 25th of 19. And like many of our children, she does not qualify for TK because of her age. TK, transitional kindergarten, is for those kids born September through December. She's turning 5 during those months, not for the progression of education, i.e. preschool, TK, then kindergarten. West Sacramento in California answer to her age is another year of preschool, which would be fine if they devoted one of their classes, be it AM or PM, to returning preschool children. Callie is smart. She can do everything her 4-year-old sister can do in school. Callie should not be made to repeat the same class just because of her age. Her education should progress, teaching her new things. She has the right to be engaged in learning new skills and ideas that will keep her innocent love of education alive. West Sacramento's current preschool curriculum takes between 2 and 3 years to complete. The teachers already have the material available to them. What they don't have is time. The way the classes are set up, returning children are placed in the same classes as new students, so the teachers must begin the curriculum all over again, forcing Callie and many other students to repeat what they have already learned, which in turn causes them to become bored with school and learning. There is a simple solution that would not cause an increase in cost and would allow our children to receive the education that they deserve. Make the AM or PM class for returning preschool children, so one class is devoted to new preschool children that are just beginning school and haven't already begun their education, and the other class for returning children who need to further their education and not be entertained and babysat. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Danny Langford.
Good evening. First of all, I want to continue to formally request a copy of the superintendent evaluation criteria, not what you guys evaluated her at, but the actual criteria by which you do her evaluations that I've been asking for the last year. Also, I would like to remind you guys that you can direct staff to answer our questions, as the Brown Act book says you can, instead of just giving us the glassy-eyed stare. I've gone to a lot of the community forums at the different schools, and I realize you have to tailor some of them to each school. That's a given. But when numbers are so off and inconsistent comments are made, it's very concerning, because things that you're being told at the board are not things that I'm hearing at these meetings. For instance, at the Washington Middle College High School, at the Fallbrook campus, we'll just call it that, one of the community members asked at build-out, how many students will this campus hold? And Kobe and the superintendent both said 500 to 550, which is not what Chris Benitez said when he did the presentation before you, that when you approved to move the campus together. He said 800 to 900, which I confirmed. He said that was the correct number. And yet, Kobe got kind of snippy with me and said there's only 500 or 550 students at the current Westmore Oaks campus, which I followed up with there's 670 students as of yesterday. Another thing I found concerning that night was when the community member that came with a couple of her friends, whose home backs up to that campus, that was the same thing. Oh, yeah, she said, why has the community not been given notification of these meetings? And the superintendent's response was that it's mainly for staff, students, and parents. If that's the case, we should not call them community forums. She was actually a little put off by that, just so you know. Another thing I heard for the first time at Westmore Oaks was the co-principal issue, and that's a concern, and I know that being you've cut it to 2 minutes.
Thanks, Danny.
I'm done.
Forest Gardens.
Hi, thanks. I probably won't need the full 2 minutes. It's just, I understand that there was mention about putting an after-school program, and I don't know if tonight's the night where you guys are going to be deciding where that's going to land. And what I was hoping is, you know, I'm a staunch supporter of ending childhood poverty, and it's, with my lens is always Brighton Broderick, only because I live in that neighborhood myself, and it's just that the environment that's there just keeps the cycle of poverty that's going on. And I was hoping that the board might consider maybe putting an after-school program there that would help some families that wouldn't necessarily have an opportunity to work, be able to have their children go to the after-school program so they can become employed. Without sounding cliche, but you know, nutrition is pretty important, because when the kids are growing up, when we don't have those vitamins and minerals, it really does stuff to their development. I mean, it just is. And so by having that kind of program, after school program there, families won't be as stressed out, because chances are they're going to have parents are going to have bad jobs. That's just how it goes. And so then they come home and they're stressed out, and the kids are trying to learn, and it just causes this wheel to happen. And if we can interject this program into the schools that are at the top of the city, I think it would really help with like the police department. There'd be less calls for them to come out for the kids that are just dealing with mom and dad fighting and things like that. And I'm not really trying to be dramatic, but when you live up there, it's kind of a fact of life. It's just something that we deal with. And then kind of dovetailing into the MASH thing that we were talking about earlier, there's also a substance abuse issue that runs rampant through it, because it's a coping mechanism for a lot of folks. And so by putting an after-school program up there would really solve like multi-facets of a community need. And I guess I did use my 2 minutes. Thank you, folks. Thanks.
Thanks, Forrest. All right, moving on to our public hearing. M1, Sunshine, the Washington Unified School District bargaining proposal to the West Sacramento Teachers Association for the 2018-19 school year. Superintendent Luna.
Good evening, President Wong, Board of Trustees. This evening, the public hearing, thank you for the gavel there.
It's official now.
Okay. This evening, the public hearing, this is the second public hearing in regards to the Sunshine for the Washington Unified School District's bargaining proposal to the West Sacramento Teachers Association for the 2018-19 school year. The two articles are Article 5, transfer and reassignment, and Article 6, evaluation.
Okay, close it out. All right. Any discussion? No? Okay. So heard. Moving on to N, information discussion items. May I invite our Yolo County Clerk and Recorder Registrar, Mr. Jesse Salinas, to present on the Youth Empowerment Summit. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Hello, good evening, everyone. How are you? Thank you very much for allowing me to be here this evening. Again, Jesse Salinas, your Yolo County Assessor, Clerk, Recorder, and Register of Voters. And I'm here today to talk to you as my hat wearing the Register of Voters. And I know you've got a lot of people in the audience, which is great because then they can hear a little bit more about the Youth Empowerment Summit and what we've got going on. So what I'd like to do is bring your attention to a presentation. I know some of you has had the opportunity of seeing this, but I'd like to be able to share it with the community, the education community in particular. So the Youth Empowerment Summit is an opportunity for us to engage the youth in understanding not only the importance of the voting process and the importance of voting, but beyond that, the importance of civic engagement and the role that local government has in affecting their lives every day. So with that, you can see that the logo, and I just wanted to share with you, it was a number of couple of logos that were designed by students. And at the last election, the first annual Youth Empowerment Summit, students got a chance to vote on which logo they wanted to be able to have as its representative for this summit. And you can see this is the logo that won. So it was designed by a student and voted by students for this summit. And of course, as you can capture the Youth Empowerment Summit, the students came up with, yes, we like that idea, and the yes is how it came out. So it captures the essence of it in all these elements. So what I like to do is just highlight the fact that it's to encourage the leadership role and civic engagement of our local youth and the community. You can see voting is your superpower. You want to encourage young folks to vote and to be engaged. It is an extensive collaborative effort. If you take a look at this list, it is extensive. And this is part of the beauty of this program is that it really involves a community effort of organizations throughout Yolo County that are here helping youth and engaged in our community. So, and I couldn't have done it without all of this. This has really been a team effort. Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. You know, it's leveraging this. And we have so many people that are actually volunteering their time and effort to make this a success. So let me share with you a little bit about the 2018 event that we had at the Woodland Community College. There were 74 students in attendance, 11 students that we pre-registered that were 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, and 5 students that were actually registered to vote. We expect that number to go up in this upcoming event that we have. This gives you an idea a little bit of the individuals that were there and presenting, but to give you an idea as well, we had an opportunity to have 22 local elected officials that were at this event. 22. Pretty exciting. And one of the powerful things about it is there was a dialogue that we were able to have with elected officials and young people on powerful policy issues. By the way, young people are involved in the planning of this summit as well. So we've involved young people in the planning. And we asked them, what are the issues that you would like to talk about with your elected officials? They identified 4 key categories. Safety, and potential active shooter on campus was one of the dialogues that was had on one of the roundtable discussions. So safety was an issue. Human rights was another policy issue they wanted to talk about. Environmental issues, and education. So, you know, they weren't soft issues that they wanted to talk about. They were significant issues, which is powerful. So, and that dialogue, afterwards, we talked to the folks, the young people, and they said they loved it. They were able to have lunch that we provided. Just so you know, we provide breakfast and lunch. And if you're wondering how this is covered in terms of costs, it's free for any student that goes. We've been provided funding from outside organizations to help fund it. For the upcoming event that we have coming up, we had some seed money from the Stewart Foundation, and the Oshadehi Winton Nation has also provided some seed funding for it, plus organizations throughout the community, Rotaries, et cetera, and private donations. So it's all being funded and supported to help engage our youth. But for this gets you some more pictures of some of the folks that have been at the event. And to give you a sense of it was, again, wonderfully turned out. But for those of you who know me, I do believe in not just having a positive event for our young people, but we want to make a difference. We want to make sure that we're having an impact to our youth. So to be able to measure that, we took a pre-test, a pre-survey, and a post-survey. Kind of when they first walked in, we asked them questions. There were actually 9 questions. And I'm going to highlight 3 questions I think captured the essence of what we were trying to achieve in this. And we asked them in the beginning these questions, and then again at the end to see their response. What you will see is this shows the blue represents the pre-event. And what the question that I've highlighted here says, the question was, I understand how local government functions and the role of elected officials. And you can see by this data point that starting out, and again, going from strongly disagree to a spectrum all the way to either agree or strongly agree on the far right, what you had was 51% of the students that showed up. Again, this was a countywide effort, either agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. And then at the end of the day, 98% said they agreed or strongly agreed with that statement after this event. Pretty significant shift. Did the same thing with the next question. So we asked them, I feel comfortable contacting and talking to elected officials about community issues. Before the event, 39% said they either agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. 39%. Afterwards, 93%. That's just a huge shift. But the last question I think that I'm going to highlight here really captured the essence of what we wanted young people to see and understand from this, which was, I feel like my voice matters and that elected officials respect my opinion. You look at that and you're like, actually, I was quite surprised. It started out at 67%. That's a pretty good number. But add those up on the yellow on the far right. That means 100% of the students that came to last year's event felt that that statement was true. That's huge. That is so huge. In this day and age where so many young people are not feeling like their voice matters, that their opinions don't matter, we're changing that. And so I just wanted to come and share with you, these are significant figures. And so we can be proud of that first event, but we want to build it. As I told you, we had 74 last time. And our goal is to get to 100 this time. So we want to continue to build it. And frankly, we have work to be done because our next event is on Saturday, March 16th at the Woodland Community College. I have currently 68 students that have signed up. 7 are from West Sacramento. We have a lot of work to do, a lot, because I can't get to the students, but you can. You can help me bring them here. This is such a fabulous opportunity. So hopefully we can have your assistance. I would like, because a lot of them have told us, if you can provide some transportation, we can work with you on doing that. So I do have some funding to help with that, but I need assistance on getting the students there, and I want to work with you and partner with you to get them there and help us to transfer them over there. It's a wonderful opportunity. As you can see, we do have a website, yolosays.yes.com, and I want to encourage everybody to go online, these students, to register, and we need those numbers to go up. And I would love to have your support and get Linda's support in helping us to get into the schools, announcing this, and make these numbers go up, because we had such a great turnout in West Sacramento last year. I want those same numbers. I want to blow this up right through the roof and get more, 100 or more. We can go up to 120 if we have the interest to do so. So with that, yes.
Trustee Alcala, looks like you had a comment.
I was going to say, thank you for being so proactive on this. Board member Wong and I both attended last year, along with many elected officials, and it was fantastic to see them feeling so empowered, like their voices really mattered, because I think that's what we find with a lot of young people. Sometimes they're not really into civic engagement at all. Many don't even register to vote. So I think this was so important for them to attend, and I'm hoping more of our students do. I know that Dr. Mindy Romero has told us, unless we get our young people civically engaged in high school, we're going to lose them for about 27 years. They will not, even go into the voting booth. So this is an excellent start, and I really recommend that we have this for our students.
It was absolutely a great event. Thank you for hosting it again this year. And it's for all students, right, not just our comprehensive. So last year we were able to have students from Yolo High School as well as, the comprehensive schools. So just wanted to make sure that I was really touched by kind of the outreach, and it was just not just for a certain type of student, but it was for all our students. So if we could possibly maybe send out an announcement to parents who may be interested in our counselors at the high schools, I think that would be really great.
That would be wonderful. And I just to share with you right now, I've got registered in terms of elected officials, we're up to 28. So the number keeps growing because people are realizing that, and if you haven't registered, please go on, and I think you may have an email from me about it, so please do, to join us, because it is, well, as you've been there, it's an amazing event that kids really get a lot out of it, and I would say the electeds get a lot out of it too, and the dialogue that we get to have with our young people. So I want to thank you for your support, and anything I can do, Superintendent Luna, if there's anything I can do, but we have on that website, we have information on how to register, and we have a flyer we can provide if that's helpful. Anything you need, let's make it happen. Let's bring our young people to the table and really engage them throughout Yolo County.
I just wanted to mention one more thing. During the last election cycle, Jesse Salinas had students actually come in on Election Day, and he was showing them how they process the ballots, the whole process, and it was wonderful. He also had a pizza party for them. That was really nice.
He did.
Yes, they like pizza. Students enjoy pizza, so we provide that.
Adults like pizza.
Yes, adults do. So, you feed them and you take good care of them and you have fun, right? That's what you have to do and make it educational. So let's get them engaged, and you're absolutely right. Board Member Akala, that's what we learn is that if you get these young people voting early, they vote for the rest of their life. So this is an opportunity. It's a window that we have that we can just, again, transform this community by doing that, and I'm excited about the impact. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have N2, so the Introduction to Child Care Informational Presentations. Assistant Superintendent Lee.
Good evening, President Wong, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and our distinguished guests.
Everyone's on a timer tonight.
What?
Everyone's on a timer tonight.
No, waiting for the PowerPoint. I'll go ahead and get started while that's being loaded. The need for after-school care has become a high priority as students across California come from settings with single caregivers or both parents working. And so we have a huge demand in our school, especially in our district, especially in grades K through 5. We have two types of child care programs currently in our district. We have the ACES grant, which is for identified schools aimed at combining school reform efforts with community resources. Currently, this program is at Riverbank, Westfield, Elkhorn, Westmore Oaks, and Stonegate. We will be working with CDE to research ways within the grant that we can reallocate and reprioritize some of those spots to our neediest families. And I would like to come back at another time to update you on where we're at with that. But tonight, I'd like to talk to you about other programs. Currently, all of our schools with the ACES grant have wait lists beyond the allocated spaces of the grant. We have another program, the YMCA, which is a pay-for daycare program at Bridgeway Island and Southport. Both of those schools have wait lists as well. The exact numbers are unknown because the wait list is cut off at about 30. But we know from the community that that need is great. In February, we sent a survey out to our families, February 21st, last week. Within 24 hours, over 300 families had logged on and responded to the survey, which to me is just a testimony of the great demand that parents have for childcare. So tonight, I'd like to share with you the results of that survey and give you a little context first. So first of all, not every family took the survey. We will keep the survey open and continue our outreach efforts to get more families to take the survey so we can accurately identify what the true need is. Also, many parents who took the survey elected not to answer every question. There was also an NA option, non-applicable. So if you answered question 2 as non-applicable, question 3 perhaps may apply to question 2, so the families didn't answer that question. And not every question required an answer. So here are the results. Overall, 46%, that's 204 families, stated that they would be willing to pay for before and after school care. Stonegate, 98 families. And I just want to add, at Stonegate, we currently have 179 parents on the wait list for the ACES program. Stonegate only offers the ACES program, 179 families. Bridgeway Island and Southport, 54 families, 57%. Elkhorn, 11 families. Riverbank, 14 families. Westfield, 4 families. And Westmore Oaks, 10 families. One of the fatal errors that we made with this survey that was brought to my attention from some of the teachers at Riverbank when Superintendent Lou and I were there this week is that many of our families either don't have devices or don't prefer to take surveys on devices. So we'll be sending the survey out in paper form in the backpack so that families have the opportunity, if that's their means of communicating.
Can you remind us how many people on the wait list are at Riverbank?
Yes, I can. At Riverbank, there's 92. 92 families are on the wait list at Riverbank. And last week, we had our community forum at Elkhorn, and I was approached very eagerly by a group of families that are banding together because they actually live out of district, Elk Grove, Sacramento, but they attend Elkhorn because they belong to our dual immersion program. We've actually provided extra space on Elkhorn's campus to accommodate some of these families so that we have a mixture of families attending Elkhorn. And they have the ability and the willingness to pay for daycare, but they're full, and they've been on the wait list forever. So there's definitely a need across all sides of the community.
Do you have the demographics of parents, of the kind of universe of parents and percentage of how many were from each school?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So the universe of people who took the survey, how many were from Riverbank, Elkhorn, Westmore Oaks versus those from Stonegate, Bridgeway,
Yes.
Southport?
The number that took the survey was less than 10% at Elkhorn, Riverbank, Westfield, and Westmore Oaks. It was less than 10%.
Less than 10% in its
Correct.
entirety?
Yes.
So the north side schools weren't well represented.
Correct, which is why we'll be sending it out in paper form. We call it the backpack letter to get some more information.
Excuse me, that's going to be sent out in Spanish and
Spanish and Russian, yes. Everything we send out is translated.
Okay.
And beyond that, I mean, I took the survey and it was kind of, I mean, maybe there might be different forms of outreach for those specific schools, as you pointed out, because I know that was one of the reasons we paused on approving the childcare last time, because the north side schools' needs were not necessarily fully understood by the board.
And one of the strategies that we will do is to call the families individually on the wait list to inquire, have they already found other childcare? Because I know as a working mom, I was on a wait list and I couldn't wait. I had to go find daycare for my child to see if they have found other means. Would they be willing to pay and would they be willing to come back? Because of course the best daycare is when the child can stay at their school with their teachers and have opportunities to participate in after school programs that they otherwise would not get to because their parent couldn't pick them up at 3:30 or 4 o'clock. So we can continue. Also on the survey, we surveyed the type of program that parents were interested in. 18% said they would be interested in before school care. 18% they said they would prefer a fixed monthly rate, whereas 17% said they would prefer a pay-as-you-go. 65% said they would prefer 5 days a week. 3 to 5 days a week, 18%, and 1 to 2 days a week, 4%. So our conclusions from the survey result, as of today, there'll be many more conclusions drawn as we gather more data. Many families in Washington Unified have requested childcare and are willing to pay for this service. Our families have different interests and different needs when it comes to the type of program they want, how they want to pay, and how many days a week they want to attend. So we are recommending a variety of options to meet those needs. So today, you are going to hear from 2 different after-school daycare providers.
So before we move on, are
Yes.
there any questions on this presentation? I believe Vice President Pizzotti and Trustee Alcala have a few comments.
So it's about the survey. You said over 300 in one 24-hour period
Correct.
took the survey. How many in the total time frame took the survey?
So this morning when I prepared the presentation, it was about 400 total. I just logged on right now and looked, and like 5 more had already responded.
Okay.
So they keep coming in as responses.
Okay. And then how many students do the ACES program serve individually? Is there a set number that they can serve
For the
per
entire
school?
district?
No, per school.
Yes, the majority of it's at 111.
So they can serve 111 at, say, Elkhorn, 111 at Stonegate, 111 at...
Correct.
Okay.
We are over in every single school.
How can you be over? I'm sorry if that's not making any sense to me.
So you're saying so yes, that's correct. So you're saying the maximum capacity is 111, so we were serving more than 111?
So this year, we received an additional award grant, a little bit of extra money, and so we're using that to fund some of those extra spots, but it is capped.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And then, so there is no number for the waiting list at Bridgeway and Stonegate because only YMCA serves there, or Southport, because only YMCA serves those 2 sites, and they stopped taking numbers at 30.
I will let them answer that question. When I met with them in December.
That was more of a statement.
Okay, yes, sorry.
Yes, because I know that.
Okay.
But we really don't have an accurate number as to what the waiting list would be if there was one greater than 30.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Trustee Alcala?
You asked the question I was going to ask, how many ACES spots are at each site? And if this was equal throughout the district, you said 111 at each school site.
Yes.
Okay.
The wait list is very different. Riverbank has 92. As I said, Stonegate 179, Elkhorn 67, Westfield 31, and Westmore Oaks 36.
Thank you.
Let me just follow up on...
Vice President Pizzotti?
Yeah. So prior to going into the presentations, I guess I have a small problem with how this all came to be in terms of requests for proposals. In the sense that the champion's proposal was placed on the agenda.
Correct.
Last board meeting. Now there's a proposal being placed by the YMCA on the agenda after having had the ability to see champion's proposal.
Correct.
That's, in terms of doing RFPs, that's not how that usually works. You don't usually get a chance to see your competitors' proposals. So, having said that, that's just, I think it's an unfair advantage for one to see the other's proposals. Usually only the person doing the choosing gets to see the proposals, not the other competitor. So I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, Clerk Jackson?
I know we had talked at the last meeting, talked about looking into reassessing the ACES grant and make sure that the kids that are generating those funds are the ones that are receiving those services. How long of a process would that take in order before we can get those numbers in to find out, so we know exactly where those spots could be allocated?
Trustee Jackson, what we're going to be looking at is board policy and administrative regulations to put parameters in place, allowing priorities to be made. And so the board will need to discuss what priorities those would be in entering our ACES programs, such as foster youth, homeless. But it would be a discussion from the board looking at policies and regulations on how to give priority to placements of our federal dollars of after-school programs. That's the plan. We'd like to bring the policy back to the board.
Okay, and then also along that same line, then is there a cap as far as how much the ACES program can expand at any particular site? Now you said the cap right now is 111. With obviously there's more than 111 spots that are in need, particularly on the north side, which I think where the ACES program would benefit our kids the most because it's a no-cost program. does that threshold get elevated at all, or is it?
No, because we're awarded a certain amount of money that is per student. I don't have that exact number with me, so you can only go to the length of the grant. What we could do per our LCAP process, which what we did for Elkhorn, is that we supplemented that because we really wanted to make sure that we had representation from not only our own district, but outside in our dual immersion program to make it a pure dual immersion program.
Right. Okay. And the reason being is because based upon the surveys, it looks like obviously, I think where the ACES grant would benefit the most would be for the students on the north side of town. And especially since from the survey results so far, it's pretty obvious that the parents on the south side of town, I mean, myself being one of them, are willing to pay for after-school services down there, which that obviously was not the case on the north side. So, in all fairness, I think if that's the case, as we go through this reassessment process, if there's a way we can ensure that that's where that focus is going to be with that program, I think that probably be the most prudent thing to do.
I just would like to point out that we are grandfathered into this grant. Halfway through the grant life, the requirements changed, and currently right now, if we were to apply for this grant, only Westfield would be the only school that would apply for it. So if you, for example, reallocated spaces from Stonegate, they would never be able to get this grant back again because the level of poverty has to be, I believe it's 95.1%.
At this point, yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't understand that. So you're saying we couldn't take spots that maybe once you do the reassessment, and perhaps some of those ACES spots are not necessary out in Stonegate, you couldn't bring them over to Westfield or?
No, we could. What I was just trying to inform the board is that when we first applied for this grant, received this grant, there was different requirements. Since then, they've changed the requirements, but they've grandfathered us in for our sites. So currently, right now, if we applied for this grant today, the only school that would qualify is Westfield Village. So if we reallocated sites, spots from Stonegate could never get this grant back again unless the requirements changed.
So because there was statewide a limited pot of ACES dollars, the legislature's looking at that, the criteria changed because the rate of pay, minimum wage, a number of things,
Right.
so slots changed. It used to be much lower. You only had 60% free and reduced to be eligible for ACES. Because of the additional dollars that were added over time, they moved up to 95 point whatever for new grants. So we were grandfathered in, but it actually is given to the district in a block grant form. And I understand that the district will be looking into talking to CDE and their grant monitor to see if we can move that, because I know that as a priority of those folks who I've spoken to at the Department of Education, that equity is a big factor, and that I don't see a problem until they say no, that we want to prioritize those who are meant to be served by the ACES grant.
And just to publicly add, because there was many, many comments in the survey, there was an open section for parents to just openly comment. Parents were confused and wanted to know why we did not have ACES at Bridgeway and Southport. And the reason is because when we first applied for the grant, they did not meet that poverty threshold.
Correct. But now Southport has higher poverty than Stonegate.
Correct.
Okay, and then also, and when can we reasonably expect for the paper versions of these surveys to go out to the families?
We can work on that by the end of next week because we need to get them translated.
So the question, I guess, back is, we'll be able to make a decision about ACES before the beginning of next school year? Do you think?
You
If
will
we
be
provide
able,
you correct direction.
you will be able to revise policy and regulations to identify prioritization, and we want to do that before the end of this school year, so that parents and those participating in the ACES program who may have been in for many years may not qualify as part of the prioritization that the board spells through the regulation and policies.
Perfect.
I think it may probably take more than one discussion.
Yeah. Absolutely. So just before, so that parents can plan as we look at these new contracts, decide
Right.
what they need to do.
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I want to make comments before the presentation, since there's two, so they're not cloudy. One, just as we think about that statement in terms of ACEs, just moving forward in our next discussion, right away what I think about is our Elkhorn families who are coming out of district, and I wonder if there's a way to ensure that we're serving our West Sacramento students first, and if there's a way to do that within the grant or not. So just something to think about. And then thank you to everyone who is here this evening talking about childcare. I'm sure many of you are, because we have many emails as well. And thank you to YMCA and to Champions for being here, and for being here very late the last board meeting as well. I have spoken to families who are incredibly happy in the YMCA and have been incredibly happy in Champions and other places. So thank you for being here, and thank you for all of this. I just want to make a point to my board colleagues as we move forward. I'm glad that we're in this place because we have a long relationship in this district with YMCA, and we don't want to certainly sever any of those that relationship. We also know that we have a large need across our district, and that I think that there's some really nice options here. So thank you for bringing this to us. We're not usually in the place on the board here, and I want to be careful thinking of the future for having third-party vendor decisions by us. And so a third-party vendor, it's very rare for the board to hear a presentation and make that determination in this way. And so while we're doing that this evening, I just want to be cognizant of that and be very aware of our policy and of how we do business and how we move forward, because there's a reason for recommendations and whatnot. I'm not saying that this situation is not appropriate here in what we're doing now. I just want to be aware of it moving forward in terms of the types of presentations that come to us. Thank you.
Any other comments regarding this before we actually go into the contractor presentation? Nope. Okay. Moving on to N2.1, I believe that's YMCA.
So tonight you will hear presentations from two after-school programs, YMCA and Champions. They will be presenting information about the types of programs, services, and fee schedules that they offer to help meet the overwhelming demand for childcare in West Sacramento and Washington Unified School District. What you will hear tonight is a variety of options. I have personally visited both programs. My own child attends the summer school program for YMCA, and what I have observed is that each program is very high quality, but they offer a very different program. And so before you hear the program presentations, I just once again want to state that we recommend a variety of options for our families. So now, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce the team from YMCA.
Good evening, members of the board. It's a pleasure to talk with you before 11 p.m.
I'm trying to move it on.
So, my name is Jay Loudon. I'm the president of the YMCA of Superior, California, and I'm here to talk a little bit about our after-school programming. You've received a proposal. I think you've also all have seen the PowerPoint slides in paper format, and so I'm going to kind of quickly go through those. I did want to bring up one thing, and it was about the wait list. We do at Bridgeway, the site director has capped it at 30 because we really don't want to provide false hope to those beyond 30. Our list right now at Southport is somewhere between 65 and 70, just so you have that number. So the YMCA of Superior, California, we have a mission to inspire all to a healthy life in spirit, mind, and body. And what that means is we feel that for someone to live a healthy life, they have to have a strong mind and a strong spirit and a strong body, and education's an important part of that. We deliver that mission through programs focused on youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Our YMCA was first organized back in 1866 in Sacramento and has been serving the region for more than 150 years. And for more than 30 years, we've been serving students and families through schools in the Washington Unified School District. While we're an independent YMCA, as is every other YMCA in the United States, collectively, the 850 YMCAs across the United States are the largest after-school child care provider in the nation. As I said, our relationship goes back to 1988 when we started at Evergreen School, and today we serve students and families at Southport and at Bridgeway Island schools. In addition, we serve more than 600 students every day Am I not clicking fast enough? Sorry. At 10 other after-school sites in Yolo County, in Sacramento County, Yuba County. So we worked for a number of years trying to expand our program at Bridgeway Island, and thanks to the support of the superintendent, last year we were able to double the licensing capacity, and even in doing that, still have a significant wait list. We want to add even more capacity at both Bridgeway Island and at Southport. We're willing to add the capacity based on whatever the space is that's available that can then be licensed by the state. We have the ability to grow programs to meet the needs of families. Expanded capacity would allow us to offer a 2-day and a 3-day rate in addition to the 5-day. Right now, we offer and provide the 5-day rate because we're maxed out, and in many respects, we feel we don't want a day to go where there's no one in that spot. And so we desired the opportunity to expand those 2 sites. We also, as we've expressed in conversations with the district, expired the opportunity to expand programming into other school sites, such as Stonegate, and to be considered for that. So we're more than just childcare, and I think any after-school provider in any district in California is really more than just childcare. We have a fairly structured curriculum with our staff. We have homework assistance. We have a values-based learning program, a social-emotional learning program. We do family events. We try and introduce kids to healthy foods. We have a very strong HEPA standards, healthy eating physical activity standards that we follow. We have a positive discipline approach with the kids. We have an annual registration fee, and that fee is not just to secure a spot in the program, but it also allows our participants, if they so desire, to participate in other YMCA programs, such as youth sports and swim lessons at a discounted rate. Families also that are in our after-school programs can receive a 25% discount on a membership at the Sacramento Central YMCA. We're a local nonprofit. We partner with PTO at events. We collaborate during the summer with the food bank to bring a farmer's market to our day camp sites, again, to introduce kids to healthy food. We feel that communication and collaboration is a key to success. Mike and Alexis, who are our site directors at Bridgeway and Southport, they are part of a network of all the other site directors that meets on a regular basis. We try to establish and maintain positive working relationships with the teachers, with the principals, with the school staff. So I'm going to very quickly talk about fees and options. Expanded capacity gives us the opportunity for expanded options. We have the ability to provide before and after school care. We do that at a number of our sites already. We provide what we call a non-school day package rate. We have our regular rate. The non-school day package rate is basically they're paying for 20 non-school days throughout the year instead of having to pay for them all at once for those that desire that. We have a Y Assist program, which is a scholarship program. And last year, to the families at our 2 schools in your district, we provided more than $10,000 worth of scholarships so they could participate in the program. We work with the Children's Home Society and the Yolo County Children's Alliance for subsidized child care as well. We did a quick look at the fees of the other provider who's an off-site provider who picks up kids at Southport and Bridgeway Island, and our fees are about 11 to 13% less depending on whether it's kindergarten or 1st through 6th grade. Then we have a strong summer camp program that traditionally is at max capacity. And in addition, we have a Leaders in Training program, which is for young teenagers. Let me give you a quick sample, and this isn't all of our rates, and those are actually in the proposal. But to give you an idea, a non-kinder 5-day per week, and we charge by the month, and the regular rate is $310 a month, or that's $17 a day. It comes out to $4.48 an hour. probably more information than you need. If you look at the non-school day package, that's $340 a month, so it's $10 or more, and basically, they then get the 20 non-school days at $15 a day. You can see the rates for a kinder package. For a 3-day non-kinder rate, it would be $200 per month. They can also, on that, have a non-school day package where they can get those non-school days as well. Non-school days without the package, so if they wanted to just drop in on a non-school day, it's $30 a day. All of our staff meet and exceed state licensing standards. Our staff participate in 15 to 18 hours of training that we put on. We utilize YUSA's leadership development programs. We have a very structured onboarding process, which includes child abuse prevention, emergency procedures, positive discipline. And I didn't know I was being timed.
Keep going.
So, and I'm just, so as I mentioned, we have a network, our site directors, and we have site directors that have been with us for 25-plus years. They work together collaboratively. They share information, which I think is extremely, extremely important. So why the YMCA? We have a well-established relationship with the district, especially with the 2 schools that we work with in the district. We're local. We're governed by a board of local volunteers, and we're held accountable to those local community volunteers. At the YMCA, we have core values of caring, honesty, respect, and responsibility that we try to infuse throughout all of our programs, and that's extremely important to us. I think we, with expanded capacity, have the opportunity to provide multiple options to meet the needs of the families to the extent that the families need those needs met. We're mission-driven. We're fun, although at times standing up here in front of you, it may not seem like it. We like to have a good time, and I think as I go out and visit sites, I see that fun, whether it's after school or in day camp. So with that, if there's any questions?
We're going to take public comment, and if you don't mind stepping aside for a bit.
Yeah.
First up, public comment.
Public comment.
Public comment, N.1.
Well, N.1.
Point 2.1.
Yeah.
There's N.2.
2, right.
Yes, so, public comment, Laura Federico?
Evening, board members and staff. Thank you for having us here tonight. I come here to speak to you as a person in this community who believes in this district. I love our school. I love everything that we have to offer. We are also a proud YMCA family. We have been at the YMCA since my daughter was in kindergarten. My husband and I both work full-time. I cannot imagine what we would have done without this program. So over the last 8 years, I have grown to really advocate for the YMCA. I believe in their mission, vision, and values. I think that they do a great job, and from what I can understand, they can serve the needs of our school. I also manage the more than 180 after-school students that utilize our enrichment programs. And we have a really collaborative working relationship at the YMCA. It's a lot to coordinate. And I know there's a need for daycare. And if YMCA can do it, I strongly believe that they're the vendor that would be the best fit for us. And I know more options are good. We have 14 different enrichment classes that offer options for our students as well. But bringing in someone else, it also would complicate that relationship in terms of navigating who's in which program, which families are going where at which times, and also from just a space capacity as well. So we think that the YMCA has been an amazing asset to our school, to our family. Some of the staff has been there since our kids were in kindergarten. They really feel like family to us. We love that their turnover is low, that they're licensed, that they have their own space where kids can have access to computers and a library and everything else. So I hope you strongly consider them for the primary care provider at Southport.
Okay. Mr. Michael Smith.
Good evening. My name is Michael Smith. I am the site director at the Southport YMCA. I originally started with the Y back in 2007 in the Bay Area. I started as a PE teacher for first through third graders, students. And then I decided to move up to Sacramento, and I became a after-school program teacher in the Washington Unified School District area at Bridgeway Island. At that time, we were only licensed for 30 children, and this was in 2009. And we've been trying since then to get more children. We finally were able to get our capacity raised, I believe last year, and which gave us more children to look. I then became the site director at Southport. I went to Southport. I became the site director in about 2012. I then went in 2017 to another job. I just had a kid, needed more pay, and I went to somewhere else. After about a year, that was not for me. I missed being with the kids. I missed being that positive role model. And so as soon as I heard that the person that took my position left, I quickly called my boss and was like, old boss, and was like, can I get in? And so I was able to come right back in. All the parents welcomed me back in with open arms, and I figured out that's what I wanted to do. I was not going to go to another school. It was Southport, and I wanted those families to come. And I just want to let you guys know that we wanted to expand. We've always have, and we were always told no. So this is why we want to expand.
All right. Miss Jessica Steinhauer.
Good evening, board members, staff, and Superintendent Luna. My name is Jessica Steinhauer. My child has attended Southport, the YMCA, since she started kindergarten. She is now in third grade. She attends 5 days a week, as well as non-school days that the Y is open. She has also attended the Y summer camp each year, and we are extremely happy with the Y and the services that we receive. They provide a safe environment, they help with homework, they provide a positive environment for her to learn and grow. In addition, we've also participated in other Y programs, such as the swim lessons. Again, we're extremely happy with the Y. We don't want to lose their program. Please give the Y the opportunity to expand their current child care program at Southport. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we have discussion on this, or would you guys like to wait till the end? Discussion?
Yeah.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Well, and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez wanted to speak, didn't you? Or did you want to talk to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a few comments about this. My daughter is a YMCA child, and I happen to absolutely adore the programs there and all the staff and all the kids that are part of that program. I think this has been one of the biggest priorities of mine for a long time since I've got on the board, and I think Trustee Kirby Gonzalez started the push before I did, and I really believe that the more we can get in terms of after-school care, the better off we will be for all of our families. I can't say enough good things about the YMCA. I just want everybody to keep that in mind. I think nobody here has any bad things to say about the YMCA. But the one thing that I've heard time and again through either emails or through comments here is that people are afraid that the YMCA will go away. And I don't think that's ever been contemplated. In fact, in the proposal that was put forth last week on last week's board agenda was expanding the YMCA to 90 slots at each school. So that was an expansion proposal. So I'm not sure where the idea is coming from that there's going to be a loss for the YMCA under any circumstances. And I can't see anybody here supporting that. I don't want to speak for my fellow trustees, but that just doesn't seem like it's anything that anybody would be willing to support. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, we're going to move on to 9.2.2, Champions presentation.
I have some just. Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Tricia Fox, and I am the Partnership Manager for California, serving the greater Sacramento area. And I have before us Amy and Shelley, and they are the area managers, primarily serving Elk Grove. We've had a long, over 20-year relationship with Elk Grove School District, and they're just up here to answer any questions that maybe I can't answer. So I'd like to begin by saying here that I'm advocating for what's right for kids. This community has identified a need, and that's options for parents. Also around equity and accessibility. And I am an educator, I'm a former educator, and I'm also a Champions parent. But next to my heart is serving families and giving families options. And so I'm here just to present another option. The proposal before you has been amended to include an option for us at any school in the district that needs services, not just the original three. Those were the three that I was originally asked. So
Thank you.
I just wanted you to know.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
That was the specific request.
Yeah. So any of the schools in the district, we'd be more than happy to serve. So Champions is part of the KinderCare brand. We are the before and after school, at school brand. And everything we do focuses on 5 pillars, and that's engagement, curriculum, quality, inclusion, and partnership. So under engagement, we have lots of layers of support, and one of those is our engagement of family. So we measure what matters, and engagement is absolutely one of them. We do it not only to check the engagements of our families, our students, and our employees, but just to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We do it to impact the lives of students and to make sure that we are adequately serving the schools. We partner with the Gallup poll. That's the Gallup that's up there. And we gather data. And we, just like schools do, we use this data to inform our decisions and to continue to improve. Our research indicates that sites with the highest engagement scores have students with improved academic performance, teachers who are passionate about what they do, and families who cannot imagine, just like the families of the Y, who cannot imagine life without champions. The other area I'm going to go through is curriculum. So we have a very robust and structured curriculum, but in that we offer high student choice and an engaging environment. We refresh our curriculum about every 5 years based on the practices of what's the best research in after-school care. And so on the next slide, I'll show you guys that we added a whole technology strand based on that research. In addition to offering the basics, homework assistance, tutoring, recreation, healthy snacks, we have our curriculum that has 2-week units where students have project-based learning and such, and they're able to explore their interest in literacy, math and construction, STEM, puzzles and games, and creative arts. So within our program, we have interest areas that students can choose. And we also have our STEM, the newest addition is our STEM curriculum. So we added iPads and Kibo robots based on some research that we conducted. And a lot of research went into determining exactly what we were going to offer and how it was going to be rolled out. And our intent was not just to give kids more iPads and technology, because we know they definitely have enough, but it's to give students the skills to be successful for the 21st century. Within our program, and if their interest area is technology, They have an opportunity to create, learn, and iterate in a collaborative model. When they choose roles, they work together, they choose roles such as driver, co-pilot, advisor, and coder to explore coding, engineering, digital storytelling, game design, art design, and digital citizenship. So our after-school program is very much enrichment-based, and the objective is to take kids from consumers of technology, like many of them are, to active creators using technology. And we really work on enforcing the 4 C's, the critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. Quality. We use a recruiting tool called Taleo to recruit and retain the best teachers. So in addition to just the requirements that are set forth by our licensing organization, when we have an applicant that applies, they go through our Taleo system, they take an assessment, and they're measured not only to ensure they meet those basic needs, but they are assessed on their likelihood to be successful, to stay with us, and to continue to be passionate about working with children. We hire from with the community. Our pay is competitive and often higher than other after-school providers, and we offer many benefits, including continuing education reimbursement. I'm a parent of a 7-year-old champion student, but I'm also a parent of a 21-year-old college student who is a teacher at a Champions. And I told her that I wanted her to work at Champions because I know our professional development will be the skills she needs to be a successful teacher in a classroom. In addition to our pre-service professional development, we have at least 2 full professional development days a year. We use everything we do in our professional development to build emotional connections with parents, retain families, and improve educational outcomes. In addition to our licensing that's required by the state of California, we also have a national accreditation with Advanced Ed. So with Advanced Ed is very similar to a WASC accreditation. We opened up our sites to show what we do, and that just adds an additional layer of accountability and a system of ongoing continuous improvement, just like schools do. I know I'm running out of time, so I want to show you. Oh, there is missing a slide in this presentation. I had a slide that has our pricing in that. Do you want me to go over the pricing?
We
Okay.
have it in front of us.
Okay, so quality does not have to come as an additional cost to families. We are competitively priced, very similar to the Y. We just offer different options. We have weekly options, we have 2-day rates, we have 3 to 5 day rates. We want to make sure that parents have lots of options. We also have the parents' ability, if they don't want to come one week, they don't pay. So as long as they let us know the week before, and if their kids don't attend, we're all about lots of flexibility. In addition to subsidy for those who qualify, our scholarships offering generally are around 1 scholarship for every 10 students. So to give you an example, we are at a local charter school, at Lighthouse Charter School here in the district. And this year alone, we've offered over $15,000 worth of scholarships to the students at that school. So making sure that every student is served in an equitable manner and has access to high-quality programs is a #1 priority for our company. We also have inclusion. So our approach to inclusion is something we do that's quite unique in the industry. We believe that every child is valuable and every child deserves a chance. But we go beyond that, and we back it up with action. When a student enrolls in our program and they have a 504 and IEP plan, regardless of the need of the child, we accept them. In addition, our staff receives additional support from our dedicated inclusion services department. There is also a hotline that a teacher can call at any time if there's behaviors or there's some issues in a classroom to receive advice, resources, and support materials. We want to ensure that every child is included, welcome, and successful in our program. Social-emotional learning is also infused throughout our program, and we use a PBIS system. Partnerships. We have long partnerships with many districts throughout the United States, including more than 80 schools in California. And we have a long partnership, as I mentioned earlier, with Elk Grove. Our goal is to become part of your community. Do I need to stop right there? Or?
A few more minutes. We gave YS.
Okay.
Half the minutes.
From volunteering in classrooms to supporting the PTA in an event, we are here to partner for not only with you, but with your families and your community. We're here to supplement, not supplant, the identified need in your community, which is for high-quality after-school care that is accessible and affordable. We're here to ensure every student and family is served in an equitable manner. This is about serving every child who has a right to quality programs. We can both operate and serve more children so that every student is served and nobody is waiting. Oh, yeah, my slide.
That's okay.
Is on the,
We don't have any public comments, so I don't know if there are any questions or discussions.
I had two questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Alcala.
Thank you. What is your ratio of caregiver to student?
it's 1 to 14, which is the licensing requirement by the state of California.
And also, do you have bilingual staff?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? Well,
I'm sorry.
of course, Vice President Pizzotti has a comment.
It's okay.
It's just this one issue, man.
It's comment.
It's a question. So what are the staff's state licensing standards per se?
I can speak to that better than I can.
So all the staff, the state licensing requirements are in the Title 22, but we look for ECE requirements as well. We also have a CDA program that's a benefit through our company. So if we hire somebody on as, say they haven't finished school, but they would like to get the CDA program, it takes about 6 months for them to get it, and they are a fully qualified teacher at that point.
CDA, for those of us who don't understand the acronym.
Child development.
Yeah. So how many ECE units does it take?
12.
12?
To be a fully qualified teacher.
Clerk Jackson.
Do you guys offer, and I'll pose the same question to the YMCA as well, discounts for families with multiple children?
We do.
Yes.
And what would that discount be?
10%.
10%? I did see that, okay. I knew I saw that
I
somewhere.
just slid it over.
Okay, it is right there in front of me. There it is, yeah. I thought I saw that someplace. Okay. All right, I think that was really my biggest one.
That's easy.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
No comments?
Perfect.
Well, I appreciate both presentations. I know that we normally actually don't take contract bids up here, but in 2017, we made this a board priority and a conversation, so we had to create some transparency. I think in the last board meeting, we also wanted to understand the conversations around extended day and ACES. And so I appreciate you actually providing a proposal for the entire district. And I also am a proud YMCA parent, as Mike knows, as I stalk him before I came to Southport. And so I think that a lot of it, we will trust staff on trying to negotiate what that looks like on each campus of every single one of our north and south side schools based on needs. So appreciate both presentations.
I just have one quick question after you're done. I'm sorry.
Question or comment, sir?
It's a question because I realized your proposal was for any school.
Right.
I
So
saw,
Vice President was talking.
yeah, I saw the YMCA's, or I heard in the YMCA's presentation was to expand at Southport, Bridgeway, and Stonegate. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Is that, I don't know.
Are they here?
Assistant Superintendent Lee, do
That's
you want to
right.
answer that? Thank you. Yeah? Okay, we can get back to it in a minute. So, unless YMCA? The opportunity. Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
the-
Because I just heard in your presentation that it
Yeah,
was
it-
just at Stonegate.
It,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
So thank you to you both. So at any school, but we will trust staff to have those conversations about what meets the needs, and hopefully they will speak to each school community as well as their principal. Yes, trustee?
I have a comment with us, not
Yeah.
what we can have.
Okay.
If this is a done proposal,
Okay.
we're just discussing the whole thing. And
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. All right, you don't need to be there. It's our discussion, sorry. Go ahead, trustee Kirby Gonzalez. We're just chatting amongst ourselves. You can stand there if you'd like. We'll just stare at you.
No, my comment is I appreciate everyone being here, and I appreciated both proposals, and I've heard from families loud and clear. I think we all have. And I know that specifically that Southport is a unique situation and a unique school, since they do have so many after-school programs that are running in classrooms, so their school's a little bit different. So as this discussion moves forward, I think that I certainly heard that anyways, loud and clear, that at Southport, if YMCA can expand, that might be a place where that works well, and in terms of champions working at other schools, I think.
Yes, Assistant Superintendent Lee.
In their proposal, it states the desire to expand at Bridgeway, Island, and Southport, and it says that the YMCA is also very interested and willing to work with the district to expand programming to other schools such as Stonegate Elementary.
Okay, great. So, again, hopefully we'll trust staff on engaging in the community, the school communities, the principals, and the parents to see what each and every single one of our schools in the entire district needs. Thank you. So if there's no more comments, we're going to move on to N3, Accountability Update, Part 2, Ed Services. Team.
45 minutes behind schedule.
I'm trying to move it along.
Good evening, President Wong, Vice President Pizzotti, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community. Tonight, Assistant Superintendent Lee and myself we'll talk to you about the accountability part 2. As you remember, in December, Ed Services did a presentation on the data dashboard. I'm sorry, it was January. And tonight, we're going to expand in our presentation. First of all, we're going to be discussing Washington Unified School District's accountability system journey. But additionally, we think it's very important to review with the board the past 9 years of the accountability journey in California as well, and how it relates to what we are currently doing. Secondly, we're going to be talking about California Department of Education's 3-tiered system of support, which is differentiated assistant, or DA, comprehensive support and improvement, or CSI, and thirdly, additional targeted support and improvement, ATSI. And thirdly, we're going to talk about the next steps in supporting our district and our schools. First of all, as always, we like to put up the board priorities, and if you'd look at the under conditions of learning, standards, alignment, and implementation, because we will be discussing that tonight. And secondly, pupil outcomes, creating a college and career culture of equity and access to strategically meet the educational needs of our students. Also, the superintendent goals for 2018-19, if you look at number 1, it's progress and growth from each grade level and student subgroup from 17-18 is measured by our California dashboard, as well as implement and submit a 3-year plan for 100% district-wide implementation of standards-aligned resources in all classrooms. And if you look over at the highlighted area under culture and climate, this is year 1 of implementation of professional learning community training. This is incredibly important because our teachers have early out days every Wednesday to look at student data, to modify assessments, and refine their units of study. So we'd like to talk a little bit about the journey that California took with their accountability system. Back in 2010, California adopted the Common Core state standards. That was 9 years ago. In 2012 and 2014, the following things occurred. In 2012-13, that was the last year of our STAR testing of the old CST standards. In 2013 and 14, there was no state testing and no accountability. Program improvement was put on hold. And this is the time where a lot of districts just decided to do their own curriculum because there was no state accountability. In 2013 and 14, the pilot testing of Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, the SBAC, began. In 2013, modifications to California Common Core occurred, and in 2014, the California state adopted the CCSS aligned instructional materials in math. And I know this timeline very well because before joining your team, we started doing units of study that was aligned to Common Core standards in the San Francisco Bay Area when I was associate superintendent, much like our RCD work. So I started that work over there 7 years ago. In 2014 and 15, There was no accountability, and that was the first year that we piloted the SBAC testing. At that time, also, every school in our district, except Bridgeway Island, was in program improvement, or PI, from previous years. River City High School was not in PI because they did not receive Title I funds. That was also our first year of doing our EL Summer Institute and professional learning implementation. 2015-16, the year that Superintendent Luna arrived. That was the baseline of our SBAC results to be used for accountability. In 2015, the state adopted the California Common Core State Standard Aligned Instructional Materials in English Language Arts and in ELD. In 2016, our board approved our Common Core Aligned Math Instructional Materials, and it was also our year 2 of the EL Summer Institute and professional learning implementation with increased services to support our teachers. In 2016-17, SBAC results were used for the new data dashboard accountability. Program improvement sanctions were eliminated. Ed Services conducted a needs analysis. And in the spring of 2016, our board approved the Common Core Aligned ELA instructional materials. Spring of 2017, a request for the proposal or an RFP for Common Core Aligned Instructional System, or the RCD process, took place. And in the spring of 2017, we created the Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, or MTSS.
In the summer of 2017, a systematic reading intervention program was created. Previously, the reading intervention program was what I like to call islands of excellence. It was every school site was doing something different, serving a different type, different grade levels. And so together with a team of teachers, leaders, during the summer of 2017, I worked with them to come up with the best model that we thought would work for our students, that was systematic across all schools, so that students would be receiving the same instruction. Also in the summer of 2017, that was a very busy summer. Lots of professional learning took place. Teacher leaders were trained by ICLE, and they created common pacing guides, pre- and post-assessments, real-life engaging performance tasks, and units of study. Year 3 of that summer was also that summer was also year 3 of our EL Summer Institute. But we did something different and unique that year because we started with co-teaching. So our English learner students were co-teaching with our SPED students, so there was full inclusion. And after the summer school program, there was 2 hours of intense professional development for our teachers around EL strategies and differentiated instruction. In 2016-17 also, we implemented for the first time district-wide designated English language development, or ELD, and academic language development, ALD, for all students. Before this time, before 2016-17 school year, ELD was happening, but it was not happening for all students. The designated ELD was provided by our English language learner specialists, but those were only 1 or 2 teachers, and they could not service every single English language learner. Also that year was year 1 of the reading intervention program targeting students in grades K-3. So after the summer work that we worked to plan it, we implemented it that fall. This was also the year that we received 2 grants, the CALI grant, California Learning for Language Innovation, that targets our secondary math students. We received about $40,000, and our CVF grant, Central Valley Foundation grant, which we were awarded over the course of 4 years, $700,000 to support our high-impact EL schools in looking at data, coaching, classroom observations. So a lot was happening that year for EL students. Also, in 2017-18, that was the first year that data dashboard accountability came into place. These were new measures. The state launched its new system of support, replacing the old sanction models. It was year 1 of the units of study, rigorous curriculum design. There was 18 teachers that piloted it. However, those 18 teacher leaders were amazing, and they were able to coax some of their grade level colleagues to join them. So actually more than 18 teachers in more than 18 classrooms received this rigorous curriculum. This was also year 1 of our MTSS implementation. Also this year was year one of our guided reading training with intervention specialists and 18 classroom teachers, as I like to call them, the READS team. In the summer of 2018, we purchased over $500,000 of books to create leveled book rooms at each school site so that we could support early literacy and guided reading in grades K-3. Because we know, research shows, that if students aren't reading by grade level 8, grade 3, sometimes they never catch up. This was year 4 of our EL Summer School Model Institute, also implementing the co-teaching model. This is a really important slide that I want to take a moment to pause on and draw your attention to. It's comparing the California state journey to our WSD journey. Part of the reason we are where we are is because of these two very different journeys into Common Core and the new accountability system. 2010, the state adopted Common Core state standards. 2017-18 was the first year that we district-wide adopted the implementation of Common Core state standards. It's not to say that there were not teachers in our district that were teaching aligned to Common Core, but there were other teachers that were not because they did not have Common Core aligned instructional materials. It's really hard to teach what you don't know or you don't have access to. In 2014, the state adopted math instructional materials. But it wasn't until 2 years later that Washington Unified adopted Common Core math materials. 2015, and I'm sorry, there's an error on that slide, the state adopted ELA materials, 2015. But again, it wasn't until 2 years later, in 2017, that Washington Unified adopted ELA materials. In 2012, the state implemented the state seal of biliteracy. And I was proud to say that in my previous district, our school district had the most students earning the state seal of biliteracy in all of Orange County. That was in 2012. It wasn't until 2016 that Washington Unified adopted the state seal of biliteracy program, and we had our first graduating class that had those seals on their diploma, opening up access to them that they would not have otherwise. And this is the one that I think speaks most passionately to my heart. In 1999, the state implemented ELD, designated ELD, providing that we had to provide services for every single English language student outside of the core. So you couldn't integrate it, which is what a lot of teachers did at the time. When I was teaching, I integrated ELD throughout my language arts. The state required that you provide a separate time that's designated to teach our English learners to be proficient in reading, writing, speaking, and listening. But it wasn't until the spring of 2016 when Washington Unified first came together to create our very first English language learner master plan, which called out for designated ELD and provided for one daily period of designated ELD in middle school and daily 30 minutes for our K through 5 students.
That's 17 years. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
I just wanted to point it out.
And again, I want to give credit to our amazing teachers. There were teachers out there, our English learner specialists, that were providing that designated ELD, but there was only a few of them. Now, every single teacher provides, well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The classroom teachers are now providing that service, but not every teacher, because they group them, right? So one teacher in a grade level might have the English only students, one might have the EL students, but now the classroom teacher, who is the one that is deeply connected to that student and can really align designated ELD to what they're teaching throughout the rest of the day. So we are measured by one measurement, and that is, for academics, we are measured by one measurement, and that is the SBAC, the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. This test helps us to understand how our students are progressing on meeting rigorous Common Core grade level standards. 14-15 was the first year of scores. Parents received score reports, as did districts, but there was no accountability. These scores did not count. Grades 3 through 8 and 11 are the students that take the SBAC. It is computer adaptive. So what that means is that every student gets a different test. If you get an answer right, you get a harder question. If you get an answer wrong, you get an easier question, but still within the band of that grade level. So if I'm a second grader and I miss a test question, I wouldn't get a first grade test question. And that was a bad example because we don't start testing until third grade. But I think you get the point. 4 years of SBAC reports are available now. We have 4 years of data that we can look at to inform our program decisions. Spring of 2016-17 was the creation of the new dashboard. So this was a new accountability measure. We did not know how we were going to be measured, and it's really hard to do the best you can when you don't know how you're even going to be measured. And in 2018-19 fall, they added another new measure. So part of the frustration on many educators is that the target keeps moving, keeps changing. Every year they keep changing the dashboard. So, as we stated previously, the state implemented with these new accountability measures, they implemented new systems of support. Previously, it was very sanctioned. It was very, you're doing this wrong, and we're going to come in and show you how to fix it. Now, it's more of a system of support. It's a new approach to improvement that's really about building capacity and looking at continuous improvement and connecting districts to quality resources. There are 3 types of and it's about collective responsibility as well. We partner with county office and with the CDE, and we each have a collective responsibility for the results, instead of the old model where it was all up to the district to do this on their own. There are 3 types of support, and we are going to take you now through each one of these supports. Sorry. The first level of support is called differentiated assistance, or DA. And an eligible for DA when the same student group qualifies in 2 different priority areas. So it's not looking at the district as a whole necessarily, but it's looking at the student groups. Because again, this goes back to that philosophy of by name, by need. How are we meeting the needs of all students? And there are 8 different priority areas. So I want to be clear here that these are the 8 different priority areas that any district can qualify for. These are not necessarily the priority areas that we have qualified for, DA. So the first 3 are local performance indicators that the board adopted. Each district gets to set their own indicators. They're basic services, which is basically you have the basic services for facilities and for instructional materials. It's the implementation of California Common Core state standards and parent engagement. The 4th priority, which is the first state priority, which all districts are held accountable to, is pupil achievement. You qualify for differentiated assistance when you are red on both ELA and math, or you're red on ELA or math and orange on the other test. So you could be red in math, but orange in ELA. And you have red on the EL progress indicator, which this year there is, it's the first year of the baseline, so there is not a color yet. The 5th area is pupil engagement, and a district would qualify for DA for pupil engagement if they're red on graduation rate or chronic absenteeism. The 6th priority is school climate. You qualify if you're red on suspension rate or you don't meet one of our local performance indicators for 2 or more years. The 7th area is access to a broad course of study. And again, you would qualify if you did not meet this local performance for more than 2 years. And number 8 is outcomes to broad course of study, which would indicate that you would qualify if you were red on college and career readiness.
Therefore, our district has qualified for DA under 4 different priority areas. For the following subgroups. First, for students with disabilities, we qualified under academic indicators for achievement, priority 4, priority 5, engagement, which is graduation rate, and number 8, which is outcomes in a broad course of study or college and career readiness. Secondly, foster youth qualified under achievement of academic indicators and school climate, which is the suspension rate. So if you look at the chart, and I know you've seen these before, first you can see under foster youth, the 3rd line down, we were red in suspension rate and red in English language arts. In students with disabilities, you can see that we were red in graduation rate, red in college and career readiness, red in English language arts, and red in mathematics. I also want to briefly discuss, since this is new probably to the board as well, this was used on the 2018 dashboard. It's called College and Career Indicators. There are 8 areas. However, we do not have any IB schools. International Baccalaureate. So we start with grade 11, Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments. We have Advanced Placement, AP exams. We have CTE Pathway Completion, college credit courses, which used to be called dual enrollment, A through G completion rate, and new is the state seal by literacy, and also new is the leadership and military science. And I would like to take a second just to explain some of these indicators to the board so you know some of the indicators that we're going to be working towards. First of all, under Smarter Balanced, it's for grade 11, and you need to get a 3 on your ELA and math. Secondly, Advanced Placement, you need to get a 3 or higher on 2 AP exams. Third is CTE Pathway Completion. That's to complete a pathway with a C- and one of the following, a 3 or higher on your SBAC, and A through G requirements with a C- or better, and 1 semester college credit C-. The next one is called college credit course. You need 2 semesters or 3 quarters. Under A through G requirements, you need to complete A through G requirements with a C- or better, plus one of the following. Scores level 3 or higher on either ELA or math, and at least level 2 on the other assessment. Or you need 1 semester or 2 quarters of college credit courses with a grade of C- or better, a score of 3 on 1 AP exam, or a completion of a CTE pathway. So you can see there's quite a bit there. Also, state seal by literacy is a 3 on the ELA's SBAC and completion of ELA requirements, and demonstrates proficiency in a second language as demonstrated by either AP World Language with a 3 or better, 4 years in a world language, 3, you can pass a district test, or 4, you can pass the SAT-2, SAT-2 with 600 or better. And then the leadership military science indicator is 2 years of courses and 3 or higher on SBAC. It's a very interesting formula they use. But what we do know at this point is that a very high color on the dashboard is when 70% or higher of your students reach this computation. 55 to 70%, you get a high. 35%, you have 35 to 55% is medium, and 10 to 35% of your students, you are low. We are still working on meeting all these requirements because there are a lot of requirements. And so it has to do with systemic change, and Principal Moisage and his staff has been doing a great job of putting their focus on this new indicator. Then there is the comprehensive support and improvement. There are 2 types. The first type is low graduation, and that is an average of 2 years that is below 67%. And secondly, it's low academic, which means all red indicators or all red but 1 indicator, 5 or more indicators where the majority is red, or all red and orange indicators. So Elkhorn Village on the dashboard data had an orange on chronic absenteeism, a red on suspension rate, and an orange on ELA, and an orange on mathematics. So they were identified for comprehensive support and improvement based on all the indicators being red or orange. This is a little bit more confusing because it took a call to CDE to figure out exactly why YOLO was chosen for this area. YOLO is a DAS school, which is the alternative education model. And so what they went on is the 16-17 graduation rate, which was 17.5%. The reason for that was the system was different the following year. In 17-18, we actually changed the system. We had a lot of involuntary transfers from River City, which caused the cohort rate from 9 to 12. They count that, okay, you're only going to be in school for 4 years. So we had a significant number of students that were involuntarily transferred at that point. in order for them to graduate. A lot of them did not graduate. In 17 and 18, we changed the system where they no longer did involuntary transfers for academic reasons, but Mr. Moisage and his staff implemented MTSS and really supported a lot of the students to stay there. And so 17-18 graduation rate was 73.4%. Therefore, the average for 2 years was 45.5, which is under the threshold. So I believe it will come out of this status next year as soon as they take 17-18 graduation rate and 18-19 graduation rate, and that will be above the threshold.
And the third area of support is called Additional Targeted Support and Improvement, or ATSI. So yes, we have a whole new set of acronyms to learn and understand. This is available for support. A district or a school site would qualify when any student group meets the criteria for the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools in the state. So if you have any one subgroup that's in the lowest performing 5%, you would meet this criteria if you had all red indicators, all red but one indicator, 5 or more indicators where a majority is red, all red and orange indicators. Schools are eligible for ATSI once every 3 years. So you enter ATSI once every 3 years, but you may exit every year. So every year you have the opportunity to exit, but you only get in it once every 3 years. So Riverbank qualified for ATSI because of their students with disabilities. They had 2 reds and 2 oranges, so they had mostly reds and oranges, so they qualified. Westmore Oaks also qualified for ATSI because of their students with disabilities and their white students. And this is where I just want to point out, it's about student groups, because even though Westmore Oaks saw a significant decrease in their suspension rates overall, which is a good thing to decline your suspension rates, they had an increase with their students with disabilities. But while we know that we have lots of areas for improvement and growth, we also wanted to highlight and celebrate the areas where we are seeing progress and success. So how the state accountability system works is you get reported your status for the previous year. So for example, in 2017, that accountability was based on the 2016 test scores because they're looking at both status and change, where previously it was in 1 year, then you got your ranking or you got your API score. This is now takes 2 years because they're looking not only at your status, but how you're growing and improving. So in 2017, our suspension rate decreased and our EL progress increased. In 2018, our suspension rate decreased, graduation rate increased significantly. We were blue in graduation rate, and all other indicators were maintained. But what I want to point out is that even though we did maintain in all other areas, we actually did see some growth, because how the state determines growth or progress, status, change, let me get that right, change, is it's a window. So for example, if in the category of ELA, to maintain, you have to decrease less than 3 points or increase less than 3 points. So a school site or a subgroup or district could have gone up 2 points, but still maintained. So we did see that in 2017. All of our indicators, or many of our indicators, actually showed a little bit of growth, but we were still listed as being maintaining.
And so the next steps for our district for differentiated assistance support and continuous improvement, we are partnering with YCOE to form a DA team. And a couple of the board members did drop by during our first team meeting, which was a 6-hour Saturday meeting, where we had a great group of stakeholders who began to identify key challenges and opportunities, collaboratively review the dashboard and local data, and start to identify the root causes of performance challenges, identify needs and strengths, Engagement with community is part of the decision-making through the LCAP process, and they serve as a thought partner. As Ms. Lee indicated, it is no longer about CDE in a punitive way, but it's about creating partnerships and thought partners to actually support our work. So they're our thought partner to select improvement strategies and action. Secondly, the next step for Elkhorn and YOLO for CSI support and continuous improvement. And by the way, we didn't invite the principals tonight, but I really appreciate Sal Garcia being here. That shows his commitment to continuous improvement. So thank you, Sal. They will receive additional resources of approximately $320,000 in order to assess local needs, determine causal factors of greatest needs. They need to create a plan for improvement, selecting evidence-based strategies responsive to their greatest need. The plan must be submitted to CDE for board approval. They need to implement and monitor this work, and they need to reflect and adjust course if needed.
So the next steps for Westmore Oaks and Riverbank for ATSI is exactly the same process as what Elkhorn will be going through in CSI, except for two major differences. One, they don't need to have their plan approved by CDE, but I think more importantly, they face all these challenges, but there is not one additional resource or dollar that will be given to support Westmore Oaks and Elkhorn. However, we will be putting our resources into supporting all three of our schools to ensure that we can show progress and growth and get out of CSI and ATSI. And so now we come to the point of questions. And I specifically chose this image because my head is full as Andy and I are preparing for this because it's all new. It's all new and we're learning along with you. So it's a lot to take in.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. We have a couple of public comments, so if you want to take a seat for a quick second. Ms. Pat Flint.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank staff for bringing the program improvement information back to the board and the community. It has been a topic of concern for all of us. It's clear now that we have 4 schools at least in the program improvement program. Does that make our district a total improvement district? I don't know if they do it by district or just by schools. Also, where does the middle school fall in this? Is it part of the grading process through the state? I'm not sure because it's a charter school. And this is probably not the place to bring it up, but it's a question that I'd like answered somewhere along the line. We have a K-8 program, but now it's being referred to as a K-5 program with middle school students 6 through 8 on the same campuses. So has the program changed, or are we just calling it something different? Thank you. And thank you again for bringing it back.
Ms. Danny Langford.
She's so tiny. I'm glad the info that I brought to you guys about the information I pulled off the CD website back at the beginning or end of last year was incorrect, and that we don't have 8 out of 11 schools in what we refer to as PI or underperforming, and that we only have 4, but still that's a concern. And my heart breaks to see Westmore Oaks on that list because it's so near and dear to my heart. My husband's and my children are both alumni, as you guys know. I've said it before. And I'm very confused. Do we have 4 schools or 5 schools? Because the Washington Middle College High School, or whatever we're calling it, is on this agenda as a low-performing school. And it is kind of appalling and very sad that we are in every category for assistance. And I am glad to see that Westfield has brought their scores up and are finally out of program improvement. Thanks.
All right. Do we have any questions from the board? Trustee Alcala?
Should I start? Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we were working with Elkhorn, Riverbank, and Westmore Oaks to create an improvement plan. YOLO?
Yolo High School does not need an improvement plan for this specifically, because that's going to be more systemic, like I've talked to the board, around A through G requirements and things of that nature. So we are making changes to it. But as I indicated, as far as the status goes, it will change next year because this is the first year it's been on the dashboard. So they're taking the 2-year average, and that 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago now, at the 17% it will never be 17% again.
Okay. And our special ed and foster youth, we're way up there on the color chart.
We are, and that is what our partnership with YOLO is for the DA improvement. And there are specific reasons, I believe, for especially special education, in which we've discussed with the board as far as our students in special day class. We're at the high school level, we're automatically on certificate track and not graduation track. That changed at the last year, so they're no longer, they're only going to be on certificate track if it's specifically listed in their IEP. We've also been working to reassess all of our students in all of our schools who are in special day class in order to see if we can move them into resource so that they can have equitable access to the core curriculum.
Can you, real quick, can you define what those tracks are?
Are you done? Hold on.
Sorry.
Trustee Alcala,
No,
are you
it's
done?
okay if they, please
Okay.
answer that, and then I still have
Because
a few questions.
because you say it, I don't think people understand what that means, just so that people understand what we're talking about.
Sure. Special day class, there is mild mod disabilities and mod severe disabilities. And so they need a smaller class size, aids, and a more specialized curriculum. Where resource students, the vast majority of our resources are mainstreamed into regular general ed classes. We just give them accommodations and modifications. Sometimes we call it garden variety disabilities because it's because the students can have access and do quite well, very successful in general ed.
I was referring to you said we were talking about the certificate track and the.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Certificate track is when a student's disability is more severe that they cannot reach the rigor of core academics. Therefore, they receive a certificate upon completion of their IEP goals, whereas graduation track, diploma track is just like any other student. And the vast majority of our students, even with IEPs, should be able to get a high school diploma.
And that's just mainly because, so the people know, that's because the certificate is because their curriculum is being modified.
Absolutely.
So they can meet the goals upon graduation, so therefore it's.
Correct, because we want to make sure that,
as everyone else.
that all students have equal access, and because of the disability, some students are not able to get to that point.
Okay. You mentioned the differentiated action team. When was that formed, and who's on it? You mentioned some stakeholders.
I just also would like to point out that it wasn't until December that we were notified that we qualify for all 3 levels of support. So immediately upon returning from winter break, we began this process. So the DA team consists of administrators, all of cabinet, teacher leaders. Am I missing anybody?
Micah.
And site administration. The district, the differentiated assistance team is meant to be employees because the first thing we did was the self-assessment. I believe, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, the assistant superintendent, when they referred to stakeholders, it's that every employee group was represented in administration that would be held accountable in monitoring the differentiated assistance plan and creating it. It was facilitated by our county and directed that we have certain representation on the team.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I thought maybe it was parents or community members. Okay, not yet, okay. We were notified last year that Elkhorn and Westmore were CSI schools? Was that last year?
In December.
In
This December, as in 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
And we have a plan in place to improve?
No, so if you remember, part of the process, like, we were just notified, so there's 3 levels, or 2 levels. DA is district level, and so a district would qualify because they're subgroups, so not every indicator did we qualify. We only qualified in 4 indicators: priority 4, priority 5, priority 6, and priority 8. So that's the district level. And then there's the CSI and ATSI, that's site level. So sites qualify for that assistance. And so part of the process is you have to do a needs analysis, and then you write a plan for improvement based on the greatest causal factors. And then for CSI, that plan will go to the CDE board for approval. It'll also come to you for approval because the plan will be embedded in their SIPSA, their single plan for student achievement. And then we will monitor the plan and adjust. And that's the frustrating part, I want to say, for Principal Garcia, because as soon as he got the letter, he started putting plans in place. He was so anxious, like, Amber, we can do this. And I said, time out. We have to first do a root cause analysis and a needs assessment that is going to be very specifically laid out with certain criteria.
And Yolo County Office of Education is working with us on all this?
Yes.
Okay. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Foster youth, what are we doing in terms of the academic kind of assistance for students who are in foster care? As you know, that's my history,
Yes.
so I have and as yours, I mean,
Yes.
your passion as well.
So foster youth qualified for 2 things, a suspension rate and academic indicators. So through our MTSS, we are specifically calling out our foster youth. The first step that we had to do is really look at the data, making sure that every single site administrator knew exactly who their foster youth students were so that they can monitor and target and provide support. We have a foster youth homeschool liaison, outreach specialist, that is specifically working with those families. They make home visits, they do counseling with them, they work with their teachers. And so it's really through the MTSS process of calling them out and then making sure that we're putting appropriate action plans in place and then monitoring those action plans.
Because of the trauma they're experiencing, they're also maybe acting in certain ways, and so the push-out factor is real for me when I see suspension rates. I also see that it's also red for our homeless students.
Yes.
Right, so even though we're not actually identified as a district, I'm looking down kind of the push-out rates of our foster youth, our homeless, and some of our other subgroups, our African-American students, our Native American students, our Filipino students, right? Because they're not red, but they're orange. So the question then becomes, from a district-wide perspective, what are we doing to actually change the course of push-out from those classes? I mean, suspension rates. How are we reducing suspensions?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to point out that as we continue on with our differentiated assistant team, we will bring back the results of our work so that we can let the board know what the plans are once we determine root causes and our action plans.
One of the first steps, though, that we took to put in place even before we've done our root cause analysis and put our plan with YCOE, our county office, is we began in December, I believe, might have been November, doing restorative practices training. Unfortunately, we're not able to get more than 18 teachers a day because we're limited by subs, but we do have teachers and site administrators that are working around alternatives to suspension and really getting creative with how they deal with discipline, because oftentimes the behavior is so severe that a student needs to be removed from the class. But sending them home to watch videos and YouTube is not always the best answer. So we're really being creative with how we can meet their needs. Additionally, we've now required all site administrators to really dig deep into the data and on a monthly basis track suspensions and discipline referrals by subgroup, by referral and discipline type. So whether it was fighting, whether it was disruptive activities, and just that awareness of looking at that data has helped them to be more proactive. But mostly what we need to really focus on is educating our educators and providing professional development, because often if you're not aware of what could be causing some of that behavior, the trauma, what's happening at home, then you would react differently.
So that's the question also, looking at the student subgroup, but are you also looking at classrooms that may be over-suspending?
Yes, we are.
Clerk Jackson?
Yeah, you had mentioned in the, a couple different times throughout this that about the co-teaching. Now, is that only something that's taking place during the summer program, or are we implementing that during the course of the school year as well?
You want to talk about learning center models?
Yes, but we are doing co-teaching quite a bit up at the high school. And the model is an excellent model, but it does provide you need a lot of additional resources to make that happen. But we are also piloting something called a learning center model at a couple of our schools next year, which is basically pulling out students just for what their specific needs are, so they're not in special day classes and resource classes, so that they're actually just being pulled out for a specific topic, sent back to class. So that's going to be implemented next year.
Okay, any plans on moving that down to some of the lower levels? Because
the learning center, I'm sorry, the learning center is at the elementary level.
Okay. What about the co-teaching?
If the board would like to grant us more resources, we would be happy to implement that.
Well, just speaking from someone who works at a school that does co-teaching, it's a fantastic model.
Absolutely.
And I think we would definitely see dividends, tremendous dividends in the way the program is ran, because it benefits all students, not just a certain subgroup.
The data from the summer school classes was incredible, and
Absolutely.
most importantly, the professional learning that took place too, to make it work right with that team. And so we would love to explore ways maybe to pilot this or bring this out. We used our Title I monies to fund 2 teachers. So you had 2 teachers for 1 class of the same number of students. So that's the challenge that we face as we're looking at, tight budget times.
Okay.
I was just going to say that we agree with the co-teaching model, because when I was principal, all my students with IEPs were in the general ed class, regardless of disability, and they all had co-teachers. So I've been doing this for a long time, and we're just, like I said, at the high school, they're doing it well, but it will take additional resources to move into all the schools.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Like I said, we've done it at my school for 10 years, and it's just fantastic.
Absolutely.
And then one other thing, I don't know if you guys can answer this question for me or not, but when I was on CDE's website today too, I was going through and looking at our schools. I noticed that none of our schools had school accountability report cards posted on the CDE website. Is there a reason for that?
I'll have to look into that. I know that the SARCs usually come out by March 1st, so we'll be bringing those to the board before March 1st.
Okay.
But I'm not sure why last year's is not
Yeah,
posted.
there's nothing
Okay.
on there. Not a single school in our district has a school accountability report card on the CDE website.
We'll look into that.
Great, thank you.
But they were approved by the board last year.
Yeah, they were.
So we
Yeah.
need to make
have
sure
them on
that
the
they get
website.
uploaded. Thank you.
Yeah. But they ain't not on
No, I know.
CDE.
They're on the school website, so.
Yes, they
Right,
are.
that's what I said. They're not on
President Pizzotti.
CDE's website. They may be on the school's website, but they're not on the CDE's website.
We will check into that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
There we go. Damn it. Okay. So I'm just kind of looking at this page right here and the journey from where we came from. And since I haven't been on the board for that many years, I've only been on for 3 years. I'm looking at, some of the things as to why maybe you can help me understand. It says the state adopted CACCSS. And then we, the district, adopted it in 1718. Why the 7-8 year delay?
So I just want to, again, clarify, that was district-wide. There were definitely teachers that were implementing Common Core standards from the very beginning. But we did not adopt Common Core aligned instructional materials until 16 and then 17. So teachers were not teaching Common Core aligned standards if you have a textbook that's giving you resources for old standards.
Right, but was it a financial issue? I guess that's my question.
For
Was
both
it?
of our time.
That was before both of our times. When we got here 2.5 years ago, we had a lot of goals. And I remember specifically us at the whiteboard talking about instructional pedagogy, and we were going off on all these great things we were going to do. And I remember specifically Superintendent Luna walked into the office, looked at the whiteboard, and said, first thing is standards-aligned curriculum. Second thing, you need to get standards-aligned textbooks.
So what you're saying is, and I guess it's leading the witness, this is something good that the district has done.
Absolutely,
And it's
absolutely.
something positive that the district has done, because far too often I hear far too many complaints. And I'm just trying to show that there's some positivity going on things that have been neglected in the past. We are doing positive things and making progress and going forward.
And I think that is important, Vice President Pizzotti, because when you look at our test scores, we have just started, then it's all being tested on standards-aligned curriculum, which we just started, and that is the RCD work that we're doing.
And then the other thing, it says 1999 implemented designated ELD, and then in spring 2016, we did our master plan. Can anyone, I guess, help me with the 17-year delay on that one?
Again, that was before our time. I know that under the direction of Superintendent Luna, when she came in and realized that we didn't have an EL master plan, that's when she directed our previous coordinator, now Principal Krista Koch, to put together a district EL master plan that was a lengthy process that involved many stakeholders, from parents and community members, teachers, administrators. And so in 2016, the spring, the board approved our EL master plan, which now mandated that designated ELD had to be done for all EL students, not just the ones that you could serve with the EL specialist, but every single student that's an EL student until they're reclassified.
Again, that was leading the witness, but yes. I want you guys to know that I truly appreciate all the hard work you've done in getting us to moving forward in a positive direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Okay, thank you for putting this together. Thank you for taking us through all of these pieces, talking through the supports that will be in place. I have a question. In terms of that money, it's a one-time money. I assume that our schools get that, for example, to Elkhorn Village and.
320.
Yeah.
Yes, that is one-time money. What is unclear, because it's a new system, is not that this would happen to us, but let's just hypothetically say that they did not get out of CSI in 3 years, because it's a 3-year cycle. What has not been made known to us is if they'd get an additional $300,000. This is a new system, and if you are familiar with the way CDE works, things are often revised and changed along the way.
So in terms of that, I'm thinking about a plan. How do they decide how that money is used? Is it recommended that it's used on, I know we've had some positions that are really important to this district, like an extra reading specialist, or how do you make those determinations? And should they be people, or what does that look like?
I think one of the great things that I really appreciate about this new system is that it's really collaborative, and it's done through the LCAP process. So we've already begun that process. At the last LCAP PAC, Parent Advisory Committee, which consists of administrators, parents, and some teachers, we took the groups through a sticker dot activity. So they looked at their current goals and where money was allocated, and they said, where is the greatest need that we can impact student learning? And I saw a lot of sticker dots on reading intervention specialists and looking at how they could use those title dollars to supplement and fund additional reading intervention specialists through that process. So the plan is going to be put into their SIPSA, which the SIPSA then informs the LCAP, so it's all connected.
Okay, so the money will be allocated through that process then, in terms of specifically, okay.
Through the needs analysis,
Okay.
but that is done like in tandem with the SIPSA.
Okay, got it, thank you. And I heard good things about that meeting from people who are there. Community members said they felt very involved in the process.
It was great.
Yeah.
We gave them some poker chips, and they had to place their chips, right, where they thought the greatest need would be to move the lever.
Yeah. I wanted to share one piece, just as we look at this, all of these pieces here, it's really important. to have a close look of our schools and what's happening. But this is obviously a different look than when we're walking in the door and when we're sitting down. And so I'll just share a story, and I don't like to compare our schools necessarily. It's a very careful line that I always think of. But I will say that when I was at the Principal Cafe at Bridgeway Island, they were very excited. It's a great idea to do like a check-in, check-out program where you meet with a child. They know, we've been doing it for a long time, I think. So where you come and meet with an adult on campus that's not your teacher daily, and they check in with you, those students that might be kind of the high flyers, we call them sometimes. And then I went over to Elkhorn. I met with Principal Garcia, and he sat down with community members, and he said, guess what I've been doing for a really long time since I got here? Students sit here because I work with them. And so I think that that's a really good learning process when we are here and we look at this data. A lot of times we're talking about certain schools that need additional supports, but those schools have a lot of really special, wonderful things that are happening there as well that other schools can learn from. And so I just want to remind ourselves as we sit here and as we look at our schools and what they're doing, all of our school sites can learn from one another and see the great things that are happening there. There's a lot of things that I'm proud about when I go to all of our schools and that are exciting. And so we also had some parents, I'm thinking about the community forum at Elkhorn, and they came up to me after the community forum and they said to me, we really love our school and our teachers, and we see this data, but we think it's a great place. It is, isn't it? With kind of this nervous feeling of hearing this data, because this is always hard to hear. And I know it's kind of a thud, especially to our teachers and the people who are working there every day and our administrators. So I just want to be cognizant of that, because yes, it is. And my daughter would be in that dual immersion program if I had transportation. It's hard to do as working parents, but we have people coming from all over, and they are singing the praises. And change, as we look at here, takes time. Change takes time. You bring on new leaders. It takes time to implement programs. Thank you for all the things you've done. So this is important, and we need to do this work, but I just want to be aware of the things that are not on these pages too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Jackson, you had a question?
I do. First, I'll say this, is that I really appreciate this. I think this is extremely thorough. I know there's some things in here that's probably not easy for people to hear, especially when it comes to the adoption of certain materials that should have happened years ago that did not. But one thing that you just said that kind of struck a nerve with me is that when we were doing discussion Elkhorn and the $320,000 and the sticker points that people put on, they said, needing more reading and intervention specialists. And that's kind of just bothered me, because we just laid off a bunch of reading and intervention specialists. And that's something that people.
So that's the point of title dollars and the supplemental concentration, which is allocated towards our foster youth, our low-income students, and our English language learner students, is that you have what's a base program for all students, but that you apply those extra dollars to support the students with greatest need. And so the students with greatest need, that's what those dollars are intended to do.
So is this new money then, this 320?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then we should, at some point, then I would hope that we'll be having some sort of discussion about those sticker points.
And that
Yeah.
was just the beginning of a conversation about priorities and getting
Right.
input from parents.
Right.
And that was not directed at the 320, that was the LPAC PAC?
Right.
Okay.
Right, no, I understand.
And also we're always really cautious hiring employees with one-time monies.
Yeah.
And so we always look at that very carefully.
Right.
Great, so really appreciate all this. And actually, I know that it was after a long week that staff came in on a Saturday, so it was really good to see the energy, see the conversations that were happening amongst the leaders there, and because you all didn't have to come in on a Saturday to do that. And I feel the passion and support from the Yolo County Office of Education equity person, right? So that's the lens that he's kind of being a thought partner with, and so really looking forward to what might come out of that. I think that a couple of times, just not necessarily here, but at some point, Superintendent Luna, we do want to have the conversation about bringing back programs if we see more money in the May revise and June. So I think that will be hopefully a future board agenda item. I know that it's not the time to discuss that. And I know that Ed Services has the co-teaching model, a number of other things that we've already put out there, but we should have a robust conversation about what we will bring back if we see more money in the governor's May budget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just wanted to say one thing. I think it's really important. If the public doesn't know, we have all our teachers across the district collaborate with each other. All the fourth grade teachers come together and they collaborate, all the different teachers. And I think that's really important, especially when people try and compare schools. You have to know that, everyone is interested in all of our kids doing well.
So I wanted to just add on to that and add on to what Trustee Kirby Gonzalez said. This past Wednesday, we had what's called our district PLT, our district professional learning time, where all teachers by grade level or department come together and collaborate. And so we split up our time. So I took K-5 and I walked through the classrooms and I really saw a turning point. There was some struggles at the beginning because this was new, right? So we're figuring it out and how does this work? The conversations were so rich and so in-depth of collaborating across. Teachers were sitting together from all schools and sharing ideas and how about this and what about this and going through the assessments and unpacking the standards at a deep level. And it was just so powerful to see everyone come together from all school sites learning from each other.
Whenever she does that, I feel like I have to do a shout out for the middle school teachers, but I know we don't have time, but they're doing some phenomenal stuff.
You have
as
a
well.
minute before we can actually close out.
The science teachers were going crazy.
Assuming that the board members may or may not extend the time on our board meeting. You have a full minute.
What I can tell you, the Wednesday was great. The math department, English department.
It is 10, so we're cutting you off now.
Let me tell you more about
Motion to
K-5.
approve beyond 10 o'clock.
For how long?
We'll go an hour.
For an hour? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, are we, I believe that we're done with this discussion. Thank you very much.
Said that with more enthusiasm.
And more enthusiasm? We're moving on to 11 o'clock. N4, progress check of Westmore Oaks homecoming architectural elevations. Associate Superintendent Chris Mount Benitez. This is yours. It's coming back to you.
Good evening.
So are Amber and Andy that much shorter than you are?
I will not comment. I'm just moving the podium to be appropriately sized. How's that? Good evening, trustees, colleagues, community members. I just came back tonight to give a progress update, as I said I would every time I got something new on our project at the Fallbrook campus or the Westmore Oaks homecoming project. And it's always nice after so many intensive presentations to look at some pictures, especially when they're nice pictures. So really, it's just a discussion topic. I brought back the elevations. Last time, I brought back the architect's master plan of the site, which is what is up on the screen right now. And then since that last meeting, I just wanted to share the elevations. And it's always exciting to get elevations because we start getting 3D images of what the site will look like. And we are seeing what would be the first campus in the district that is actually going to be designed and built K-8 rather than our elementary facilities being added on with portables and some construction to make them K-8. So it's an exciting departure for the district. So what you see here is actually an answer to some of the issues that were brought up when we looked at the flat site plan. It's wonderful to see things in a little bit of dimension. And what this shows is a drop-off area. It's also a fire lane as well as suitable for busing adjacent to the new parking lot. And what this shows is a multi-point entry to the front of a K-8 school. And so that crescent shape leads into, if you head to the right, towards the elementary entrance, and to the left to the intermediate level grades. And you heard a number of parents say earlier at a meeting about 2 meetings ago when we were looking at design that sometimes it would be nice, even though we have a K-8 model, and that's where a lot of schools in California are going, to have a little bit of separation on campus so that there's a little feeling of an upper end and a lower end. And that's actually exactly what you see here. Notice that the buildings are somewhat differently shaped, and that's actually interesting as well. These are the first buildings that are being designed with multi-use interior space inside those classrooms. Okay, so the classrooms actually have enclosed space in the middle that in inclement weather can be used as multi-use space for things like upper grade meals. It can also, all of the furniture actually moves out, so it can be used as multi-use space, for example, for art classes, large art classes, or any kind of community events that folks might want to have. And you can see the garden area that is so important to Westmore Oaks right centrally in the area, so it can be used for instruction again. This is an elevation of the two new buildings. These are being designed as the upper level buildings, and we did manage to incorporate the skylights. One of the requests that we heard from the teachers there, they are fixed so that they wear well, meaning that they don't open and close, because when they do open and close, they break down a lot. So they are fixed, but we were able to put those on the new buildings. And notice that there's multi-use space in the middle of these buildings, but the cool thing about them is that the classrooms themselves, and you can tell where the classrooms are because each one has a pair of skylights above it, as well as a little sort of like eave coming out, is that they not only open to the interior space, but if there is something going on the interior, they open to the outside with sidewalks all the way around, as well as some pretty cool, you'll see some conceptual designs here of some concrete and planting sitting areas so that the students actually have places they can sit when it is nice outside as well. All done in concrete, very durable and nicely designed. And the other thing that I really like, we really worked with the architects. You'll see a lot of brick facing and coloring of the buildings as well as layout of the plantings, and it's all actually very intentional. One of the things that we want to do when we modernize old facilities, especially as a nod to some of these historic sites, and this is a beautiful little site, we are actually copying the brick face that exists in the rest of the structure, and we're extending it so that it looks very uniform, as if it all came and sort of grew organically from the same era and the same structure, because we know that that's also been a concern that's been expressed to us as far as design. This is actually looking from the back dual-use park area, sort of at the back area, and this actually shows you some of those raised concrete areas where the upper grade students in between their quad. Notice they have a nice quad. There's some nice walking areas, there'll be sitting areas and plantings, so that particularly the older students, you know, the students that are between 10 and 13, they have places to sit. It's just not all hallways and walkways. They actually have some little spots that they can sit, not just in the multi-use areas, but also in the quads. This just shows a front elevation. You'll see some lettering there. We're actually going to label the two sides of the school. We've asked the staff for some feedback of what they would like to label it. One of them says elementary. That one seems really obvious, but we don't call K-8's middle school anymore, so what do we want to call it? And so far, some of the feedback we've gotten is intermediary, but they're working on it. So we've put some temporary lettering in there. Again, that back quad, I guess I'm fond of it. I have put it in there twice. This is another look at the drop-off area. There's also office space in the new buildings as multi-use space as well as administrative office space. So this shows you that there's actually also separate entrances. So even though it's the same drop-off space, depending upon which area and what age your child is, actually sort of determines which direction they go. So from that crescent shape, they can actually go towards their own entrance. This actually shows the current front of the school where it says elementary. That is the current front door. Notice that we've developed a double brick colonnade to sort of extend the look of all the brick that's on that campus. We've also had to expand the size of the kitchen. That's that interesting triangular shape coming out. And we've been able to do the brick facade on that as well. Really, again, bringing the campus together architecturally and sort of keeping all the elements that are there. Be a really nice looking campus. We've also kept, once again, all of the trees in the back as well as the front, all of the trees that are considered historic and important to the community. This again gives a really nice picture of that front colonnade that we designed into it. The elementary school actually has two entrances that are pictured here. The one on the left would head probably towards the early middle grades, 3 and 4, the one on the right, heads towards the classes that actually have the restrooms in the classes, which are more traditionally used for the preschool, kindergarten, first grade. So if we can get it to work, I also asked the architects to sort of fly us through the site a little bit using those three-dimensional images. We've never tried this on this video system, but since we had so much heavy on tonight, I thought it would be nice to just fly us through if we can get it to work. Does it work with a double click by any chance, Ruth? There we go.
Sweet. Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, so as that's playing, I also wanted to reintroduce this topic to the board tonight because we had gone back to the staff. Superintendent Luna and myself went back to speak. She spoke to teaching staff. I spoke at the community forum with parents, community members that night, and the board had brought up for discussion whether they wanted to change the plurality of their direction. There's the playground, play areas. I like this is the exciting stuff, right? So, and so we went back and got a consensus from staff and community of whether they want to continue forward with a dual move option or whether they would like me to come back to the board and express to them that really the consensus of voices that we heard was that even though they realize that it means a longer wait, they would all like to move at once. And I believe, Superintendent Luna, that's what you heard as well? Yes? And so what I did, just anticipating that you might want to discuss that and give me new direction, is I also included a new construction schedule in the packet this evening. Please notice that there's no delay in the delivery of the school. It just means one move instead of two. And if the board would like to discuss and revise that direction, then that schedule is ready to be put into place if they so desire.
Okay. We have 2 public comments. Pat Flint.
Sorry about that. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing this back. There's a little housekeeping, and maybe it's on the agenda coming up, that I think needs to be done. Within this plan, they talk about one move. You voted to have it split at, I don't know, last meeting or 2 meetings ago, I can't remember. So I think that it needs to come back to you as a separate item on whether you're going to split the move or move them all at once. So that's just a little housekeeping thing. And Chris assured me I would like this plan and I would like the elevation, and he's correct. It's my alma mater, and I am pleased with the way it looks, so thank you.
Ms. Danny Langford.
You're going to love us both because it's a beautiful design. Very good job. Very good job. I would ask, though, that Mr. Reuter's tree and little bench that's by the tree be repositioned because he was such a beloved man, especially in the Westmore Oaks history. He was an amazing principal. He used to hand water the yard with a hose. And I really want to thank you guys for listening to the community members, parents, and staff that were at the Westmore Oaks Forum. It is pretty sad that I had to pull out my sheet from the board meeting to show the parents the designs when they asked what it was going to look like. But I am grateful that you guys are going to look at moving them as a whole versus as a split, because that's what we've heard a lot from the community. Please don't do that to us again. I, like Pat, though, feel like it needs to come back to you guys, being that you did give them direction and voted to move it into 2 phases. I didn't have a chance to ask earlier because you cut the time to 2 minutes, but the co-principal situation, I know that there's 2 offices and 2 principals' offices on this campus. When was that pilot program approved by you guys? Is this something that is going to be in place? Because I heard it's going to be at Riverbank as well. And being it's a new salaried position, we eliminated a VP, but we're going to hire a principal. Makes no sense because that salary is much higher than a VP's. So I would just like to ask that question because it is in this concept. Thank you.
Clerk Jackson, I believe this was an item that you requested to bring up, so I don't know if you have any questions.
A couple questions, and comment first is that I appreciate the fact that the input from the community and the staff was gone back and seeked. But I recall when that was brought up at the meeting, I was under the understanding that had already taken place. That notwithstanding, I'm sure that they appreciate their having an opportunity to voice their concerns and to provide their input. And I would also like to, at some point, I don't know if we can do it tonight or if we need to do it for the next board meeting, we can go ahead and approve this move as a single move versus what was approved at the previous board meeting.
So for clarification, you did not previously hold a vote. You gave me direction as a staff member.
Yeah, that is correct. We
Correct.
provided discussion
Just
and
to clarify.
direction, so we approved the plans, but not direction. So we gave different directions. We have the ability of giving different directions tonight if we so choose.
That's
for
correct.
clarification of the board.
One question,
Direction.
though, on the plan, a couple things, is one, I know, and I remember this from the last time, that the rooms are being created, and the principals can pretty much decide on how they are going to be used. But is there a designated space for, I don't see anything for like a library on here, because I know at the current campus, they're using the auditorium and the stage area as their reading area / library. I don't
So
think
you'll notice the other change that I made was that even though the architect and my team use labels so that we get what we call a room count and a load capacity done correctly, we took all those labels off, because as soon as you put a label on something, no matter how many times I said, the label doesn't mean anything
Right.
except for our planning purposes, people were getting really attached to the labels, so I took them off quite purposely. So I will not commit publicly to what spaces will be used for what purposes. That is really the determination of the principal. We just make sure that we are building enough space. So are there more spaces there than there are currently classrooms for instruction at Westmore Oaks? Yes, there are. Are there different size spaces? Yes, there are. Are there different office spaces in different buildings? Yes, there are, but that really needs to be a site decision. I just need to make sure that I build the correct capacity and layout. So if the principal decides to have spaces, for example, dedicated to a library or a community room or whatever they would like, that is their decision.
And that space is available.
That's correct.
Perfect. And then I know earlier there were some questions and some discrepancies in how many students would be on the site. What is the capacity, that would be the capacity
So
of the
that's
site to build out?
that's a different question. Okay, so the capacity is actually over 900, right? So what capacity means is if we dedicated every classroom space to being a classroom, and we actually averaged out the class average of a K through 8 campus, what would the actual capacity be that the state is going to recognize? So that's actually over 900. But the school is designed not necessarily to make every one of those spaces, as I just mentioned, an instructional space in the traditional sense, but it is a one-to-one equivalency of all of the classrooms currently in service at the Clarendon Westmore Oaks, and then some of the additional spaces. So it will take all of the current capacity, which is about 700 students. If we went through a great deal of growth in that area and all of those other classrooms were turned into classrooms, it could go as large as 900 students. That would be the state's recorded capacity.
Okay. And lastly, I know we haven't gotten any reports because of the length of the last few board meetings as far as 2x2s with the city goes. But I see on the legend here for number 9, it says the city has developed the park and the playground area. Where do we stand on that? Is that something that's been worked out with the city? Is it an agreement that's been reached with that? And what happens if for some reason funds for that don't come through on the city? And
It's something that they are applying for funds and that they have agreed to, and it's part of their plan. I sit down with the new head of the Parks Commission. So the other thing that happened is that our very good friend and community member, Cindy, retired at the end of December. And they have appointed Tracy, who I've actually been working with Cindy before that, so that gives us some continuity. And she and I will be meeting shortly to go over what they have planned and what they can do to make that a dual-use park like we do at Elkhorn. So it would be only for our use during the school hours and secured as such for our students. And then in the evening, it would be open to the community. And so I had the architect put some things that would fit into those spaces that we would certainly like to see for our students. However, we can't dictate to the city how they spend their money. They have certainly been open to our input in the past.
Okay.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I know that their meetings were before, I think some of these plans went through, but they did go to their Parks and Rec Commission too with this a little bit. So there are some notes on that for this specific site. And I support whatever the school community wants there in terms of direction. And so I'm fine with whatever that looks like. And if it is waiting and moving together, then it sounds like it is, and I'm fully supportive of that. This plan is so exciting. I think the skylights, the space inside the rooms, it's really exciting. One thing to, and is this budgeted to meet how much money we have?
Yes. Every penny.
Good. Well, I look at things like the breakaway gates.
Every last measure B, we're using
Including
everything?
some that we will be getting in from our modernization refunds and the CTE
Okay, good.
refunds.
1.5.
We have stretched
Yeah.
the budget. One of the concerns when I first met with Westmore Oaks is they didn't want to feel like they were just getting a limited rebuild. And so the architect, thankfully, she's just great. My team, Angie and Terry, we have squeezed every efficiency and gotten everything. It'll be, beautiful, polished concrete floors. It's going to be our first K-8, and it is exciting.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of work to get it here like this, and it's super exciting.
It is, and I think just like the breakaway gate, we know how much those cost now because we've dealt with them. So
Yep.
knowing that this is budgeted fully is exciting, and it's all within our budget. And so with that, and keeping it in budget, but just as something to throw out there, as you look at these spaces that are like the circles or semicircles, I don't know if it's doable in terms of what their staff would like, but as an educator, I've really loved having an amphitheater where it's just that poured cement. And it fits perfectly in a space that's already like that. And then you take your students outside. Otherwise, a couple of these circles, you're not going to take your class to go sit on the ground in the circle necessarily. But if there's bumped up cement, and there's a way to do that with an amphitheater up, so you could take a class outside, it's I've seen it at many, many school sites, and it's a great thing as an educator.
There's actually enough seating in the quad for a small class, and then where you see the garden on that
Yes.
design, one of the value engineering changes we just made is that entire garden will now be surrounded by raised concrete so that classes can go out there and do a class by the garden.
Great, but in terms of if you're teaching, which is good, this is very good, but if you're teaching, it's nice to have them all in a
Yep,
way that
I-
they can
I understand.
see you, not sitting all,
Yeah.
just throwing it out there, because the space is perfect for it, so, thank you, looks good.
Are there any other questions, since we have 45 minutes left
I'll
for
be
the
real
rest
quick.
of the agenda?
Real quick, I didn't see any solar panels. We're going to have solar panels on the school.
All of the existing solar panels are actually positioned over the parking. We've tried to put solar panels on campuses so it provides shade for students and not cars. But what we're dealing with is the solar panels there are already installed, and so we have to work with where they're already
Okay,
installed.
I was just curious if you were
Yep.
going to have any on the school. The cafeteria, is that going to have a stage, and how many will that?
The same structure that's there is going to be refurbished, and then there will be multi-use space on the upper end.
And how many will that accommodate?
I'd have to look at a capacity. I don't know the capacity of that cafeteria and stage.
Okay.
It's the same one that's at Elkhorn, the same ones. They were all built within 10 years of each other, and they're very similar.
And since it's going to be sort of like state-of-the-art, are we going to have security cameras?
I would have to check the detailed design at this point. We don't have that yet. This is just elevations, very preliminary, but
Okay. In the interest of time, thank you very much.
Thank
I know
you.
this is the second time you've gone over the plans, and again, thank you again for having it be keeping, in budget. So with that said, I think that there was general consensus of agreeing with the school community to do whatever, meets the needs of the community. So one or
Great.
two moves, whatever that means.
thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agendas with O2 removed for action. Do I have a?
So moved with O2 removed.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda is approved. Huh?
Consent agenda?
Consent agenda. That's right. What happens when you read 2,700
I know.
legislative bills in 3 days?
Right.
Okay, so moving on to action item, adoption of Resolution 1819-16, reduction of classified employee services. Superintendent Luna. Are you okay, Vice President Pizzotti? Okay.
Thank you, President Wong and Board of Trustees. This evening, action item P1, we are bringing back Resolution 1819-16, which represents a reduction of classified employee services. On January 24th, the board reviewed a draft of a list of reduction of classified employee services. Since then, we have met with CSCA twice to discuss the impacts of these reductions. For review from the original PKS that was drafted for January 24th, the following changes are being brought forth after the time of discussing the impacts of reductions with CSCA. On the revised resolution that was uploaded to Agenda Online, we have added one FTE supervisor maintenance and grounds position, which is vacant. We have reduced the administrative secretary 2 positions from 3.0 to 2.0 FTE in regards to the impact of the work. We have also changed under district receptionists. We added the effective date of that particular employee who is serving in that position, as that employee has announced their retirement effective July 16th, and so we added that date. Those are the 3 changes from the original draft of January 24th that the board originally reviewed. As of yesterday, CSCA, in partnership and collaboration with Washington Unified School District, signed a memorandum of understanding with these particular lists of classified employee services.
Great, thank you. Any discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
This is a roll call vote, so Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Motion passes, or action item passes. P2, sunshine of the Washington Unified School District's bargaining proposal to the West Sacramento Teachers Association for the 2018-19 school year. Superintendent Luna?
Thank you, President Wong. From the public hearing this evening, we bring to the board for approval the sunshine of the Washington Unified School District's bargaining proposal to the West Sacramento Teachers Association for this school year under 2 articles, transfer and reassignment and evaluation.
Do we have any questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. P3, approval of the employment of certificated employees provisional intern permits.
Thank you, President Wong. It is required by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing that the board publicly be notified regarding certain employees who are employed with a provisional intern permit, which we have as an acronym of PIP. This must be done in an action item. In this particular agenda item, there are 2 teachers or 2 employees who are currently working under this particular intern permit.
Any questions or discussion?
One question. Are these new appointees, or have they been working for the beginning? Because I think there was 2 different intern type deals on the agenda.
Right. One I know was hired later in the school year, after the school year started, but these 2 are have been working most of the year. It would be 75% or more of the year.
And we're basically approving their permits for the remainder of the school year, then, is that correct?
It's for this school year. Yeah, it's for this school year. I know it seems like a very odd timing,
Yeah.
and I've looked at the previous years, even in my previous school districts, permits and interns and things like that are brought to the board pretty late in the year versus August or September.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes. P4, approval of expansion of the after-school childcare with YMCA for the 2019-20 school year.
Hello again.
Hello again. I believe we already had a presentation.
Yes, we did. We have a long-standing partnership with the YMCA serving the families of Washington Unified School District. Parent satisfaction of the program is high. The YMCA has the ability to serve more families by offering a high-quality childcare program with a variety of options. We respectfully recommend the approval of the proposal from YMCA.
Do you have a question?
I have a quick question. I know it's late, I know we're all tired, but I just have a quick question because it was brought up tonight about surveys and going back and surveying parents, but once we approve this, I think really it's time to just, for YMCA to go start doing licensing, and for parents want to know if they have a spot, and so.
That is correct.
Why can't, so my only thought is, can we get people to just start signing up and looking at licensing and moving versus coming back to us with surveys? I'm just trying to understand the board's comments earlier, so I know what to tell families as we move forward.
Well, the surveys may help us also figure out what their
Correct.
needs are, right?
So the
that's why
direction
we're
is
doing
about the entire childcare needs, and I think I
Correct.
said we will trust staff to make those local
Yes.
decisions on when to implement and license classrooms, et cetera. So if it is that YMCA and Champions will move at 3 sites, we will trust you, Assistant Superintendent Lee, to make those decisions moving forward, and we need to survey what the needs of the other schools on the north side were.
Correct.
So that, including the ACEs. So that was the direction during the open.
And the survey will, as Trustee Akala, it is late, said the survey will help the after-school daycare provider know what services to offer. For example, in a meeting in December, YMCA stated that they had surveyed parents before, and there was not the need or the interest for before-school care. So this will give them information to know what programs and services to offer.
Great. I just want to make sure that it's moving forward as quickly as possible in terms of for parents.
Yes, they need to
That's
start
their-
licensing ASAP.
Thank you. Okay, so we give this direction, and then you will start doing that right away.
No, I'm not doing licensing. I did that last year with
No,
preschool.
I understand that. I mean that it'll go.
So basically, so this vote then is just for the expansion, not necessarily an actual plan on what the expansion is going to look like.
This
Is
vote
that
is for the approval of their proposal to expand.
Operate, to be expand.
To be a third-party vendor.
Okay.
To expand.
So then at some point, then will we see what that expansion will look like? Because I think to address a concern that Vice President Pizzotti had earlier, when people, with the word kind of got out and people were worried about possibly losing the YMCA, I think the concern is that there's going to be, if YMCA and Champions are both on the same campus or in the same site, that eventually the possibility of YMCA possibly getting pushed out may happen. And so I think for me, and I think it's probably would be in the best interest of all of our sites that if there is a provider on a particular site, that is one provider for that site, with the exception of the case of the campuses that obviously has ACEs with the limitations that they have, and then in that case there could be kids for the ACEs
Can
program.
I make a suggestion? When you bring back ACEs to us, can you just provide an update of where everything stands in terms of agreements that you've worked out with campuses?
Yes.
Thank you. So for the entire district, so again, as ACES is part of the entire district conversation about childcare, can you just provide us an update?
An update
Of these discussions of where YMCA or Champions has expanded?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Any other questions or?
Just a quick question. So the previous agendized item about the YMCA expanding to 90 slots at Bridgeway and Southport, that's no longer on the table?
That was based on a conversation that I had with YMCA in December.
Okay.
So part of it is based on need,
Okay.
supply and demand.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do we have any other questions or motions? Are we clear? ACES
Motion
will
to
come back.
approve.
Update of childcare overall.
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
YMCA is approved to expand. Second, P5, approval of Champions after-school childcare for 2019-20. Any questions about Champions?
Yep.
Motion to approve.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Great.
I didn't even get to introduce the item.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Mention hour on both, plus.
We have 25 minutes.
P6, CTE incentive grant, the CTAG.
I really want to thank our administrators for staying so late.
Thanks, guys.
They've been,
Thank you.
So I really appreciate, and teachers, of course.
And parents and everybody.
I'm going to introduce Mr. Principal Moisage, who will discuss the proposal for the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant and California Careers Pathway Trust. These are both grants, and they have a proposal.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Parsons. Thank you, Board of Trustees, Cabinet members, and all the nice folks who stayed here tonight. We're here to ask you, we have a recommendation that you allow us to spend down the CTEG and STREAM grants. These are grants that have been in effect for a couple of years, and they ultimately and directly benefit our CTE, our Career Technical Education programs, in terms of items that will enhance that curriculum and those programs. So tonight we have with me our Director of CTE, Ms. Renee Collins. You know her very well. She's been overseeing this grant the past 2 or 3 years. Also, my Vice Principal, Eric Forsman. He works directly with CTE programs at our school site and has been working with the teachers and advisories in the process of determining which items to be purchased. And we also have our agricultural teacher, Ms. Jennifer McAllister. You know her well as well. Also, and our program specialist, Ms. Carrie Korwitz, is back there somewhere too. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Collins. She has the most direct technical expertise of this grant.
Thank you, President Wong. Thank you, trustees, Cabinet, Superintendent Luna. I appreciate having the opportunity to talk about these 2 grants. They are sunsetting this year, June 30th. They are career and technical education specific grants. The one is the CTE incentive grant. We had it for the last 3 years and had approximately $1.3 million that we received from that grant. The California Career Pathways Trust was a grant for 2 years, and we had an additional year to spend it out. We had $222,000 for that grant. Both of them require that we now do our final expenditures and purchases as they sunset, again, June 30th. So today we're requesting approval for the capital outlay items that exceed $25,000. There are multiple layers of approval for career and technical education, equipment and supplies, including that our teachers must have industry advisory committee recommendations for their purchases. They must have site administrator approval. They must have state approval of their purchases for any single item that's $5,000 or greater. And then they must have your approval for any items that are $25,000 or greater. Okay, so as of today, all of the items that are on the requested list for your approval tonight have been approved by the industry advisory committees. They have been approved by the site administration, and they have been approved by the state. We have emails that everything has been approved. So we are confident that all of the requested items meet the need to be a reasonable and necessary purchase for the industry sector and the pathway as deemed by the approval process that we've gone through. There are strict allowable and non-allowable use of fund guidelines and timelines that exist for both of these grants. So we must use them for CTE teachers. For example, we cannot use them on non-CTE teachers. We must use them for CTE courses, CTE designated courses. We cannot use them for general purchases like tables and chairs, for example. We must have industry-specific equipment and supplies. So as these two grants are sunsetting, expenditures must be encumbered by early April and received and paid for by June 30th. And if we have not fully expended the funds by June 30th, we need to return that money to the state. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Principal Eric Forsman, and he's going to discuss the process that was used to develop the spend down plans over this last year.
Good evening. So in anticipation of the spend down plans, this last September, the CTE program specialist, Carrie Korwitz, started meeting with each of the teachers in the 10 pathways and determining equipment lists and supply lists that they might use for the funding. They met with their program advisories, their pathway coordinators, or their pathway advisors in October and November, getting recommendations and approvals for making sure these were all industry-specific items that were being purchased or would be purchased. The list was put together, and each of the teachers met with myself and Mrs. Collins in November and December, providing research, price quotes, and we were able to go through that list, take it to Mr. Moisich, and as she said, up to this point, everything has been approved by the state.
So I believe that's our final part of our presentation. You may have some questions, but again, we're recommending that you allow us to spend down this grant so that we don't lose that money.
Any questions or discussion?
Just to thank you for being here and for being here so late.
Yeah, thank you.
And for all you do.
Excellent.
And to all of you as well, because you'll be staying here later than I will.
Do we have a motion?
So
moved. Oh.
Second.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Please spend down the grant. We
Please.
don't want to give any money back. Yes, so next up is P7, Low Performing Student Block Grant. Dr. Parsons.
And Amber Lee.
And Amber Lee.
Tonight, actually, this item and then the next item, we have two low-performing grants to bring to the board tonight. California Department of Education issued low-performing grants to schools based on their 2016-17 eligible students. Washington Unified District's apportionment is $420,893. This money is not for students who qualify under our supplemental programs, but those who do not. And so I'm going to let Amber Lee discuss the plan real briefly for you.
So our proposal is to focus on two areas, on rigorous standards curriculum, rigorous curriculum design, and guided reading. I think that the previous presentation on the dashboard helps justify the rationale and the why for why these two programs are needed. I would like to introduce our program specialist, Michelle Garcia, who coordinates our reading intervention and our rigorous curriculum design, to talk a little bit more about each of those.
Good evening. I've been working with the International Center for Leadership and Education, ICLE, for the past 2 years to coordinate Dream Team events, plan professional learning, and help our teachers gain understanding for standards-based teaching and learning through rigorous curriculum design. In this time, our Dream Team design team has worked hard to prioritize standards and create units of study they believe their colleagues will find useful in giving students meaningful, real-life opportunities to engage in learning the standards. As you know, change is not easy, and this process has had its bumps along the way. ICLE has been key in helping us navigate and adjust to meet teacher and student needs. They have the experience and the expertise we've needed in a thought partner. This year, we have progressed on our standards-based teaching and learning journey. Although standards-based instruction is not new, our teachers are beginning to talk to each other and work together during professional learning time through the lens of rigor and relevance. Dream Team design team members continue to collaborate with their colleagues. They are reading feedback and monitoring and adjusting to streamline the work and to provide rigor and relevance for our students. This is only year 2. If we lose our experts, our thought partners, our support system, how will we continue to make progress at this rate? I've been working as a teacher in this district for 15 years, and my colleagues and I remember a time we were not allowed to teach using performance tasks and hands-on learning. We talk about the times when we had to be on the same page at the same time. We also talk about the opportunity we now have to involve our students in their own learning. These are exciting times, and we are building momentum. I have been invited to classrooms to see standards-based teaching and learning in action. I have seen students designing and launching balloon rockets, creating habitats, developing video to demonstrate their work, building 3D houses, making arguments for national parks, and bringing their family in for community workers' projects. This is just some of the work that ICLE is helping us refine to ensure that rigor and relevance are at the forefront of teaching and learning. The work will continue to need refinement as our students adapt to the rigor required of them. And the best part is they're having fun while they're learning. This is the work that students across our district have access to. This is the work that provides equity and consistency. I ask you to consider allowing us to continue working with our partner, ICLE, until we are ready to take this on alone. That time will come, but it isn't here yet. In addition to my work with ICLE and the design teams, I'm also working closely with Julie Webb to bring guided reading to our district. I must admit I had not heard of guided reading initially, so I took a trip to a school in a neighboring school district that implements guided reading kindergarten through 8th grade. As I toured the school, I noticed that each classroom teacher had their own style of rotating kids through stations while using guided reading with their small groups. They added tasks and stations their own way, and they had their own style of classroom management. The one thing they all did in common, every single classroom teacher made eye contact with every single student during their guided reading rotation. Every single student. That made me stop and wonder. When I was a classroom teacher, I conferenced with my students. I talked to them. But did I look them in the eye, every single student, every single day? With that ingrained in my mind, I came back ready to get started planning with Julie Webb to design a summer institute that would allow any and all teachers who were willing to attend all 3 days the opportunity to learn the basics of guided reading. I didn't expect to have almost 50 educators come to the 3-day institute and about 35 to return in August for the refresher. We planned to begin a pilot with 18 teachers because that's the number of subs we have. But we ended up with 25 teachers showing interest. Not only were they interested, but at 2 school sites, teachers worked out a plan to rotate through training so they could all be trained. They wanted to work together collaboratively to share training resources, even though I couldn't get them all to every training. There continues to be overwhelming excitement for guided reading. For the 2019-2020 school year, we plan to train even more teachers, starting with another summer institute. Through all this, I still have that image that I will never lose. Every teacher is sitting down with small groups of students, and while students read and discuss what they're reading, every teacher and student are making that eye contact, that connection. All means all. Please allow our students the opportunity to engage in guided reading and standards-based instruction by approving contracts for our thought partners and experts in their field. We will not always need outside help for this. We will build capacity, but by the power of yet. We are not there yet. Thank you.
Great. We have several public comments. Ms. Deanna Wasserman.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. No, it's late. My name is Deanna Wasserman, and I'm currently one of your intervention specialists at Southport Elementary for the next few months. As teachers, to become excellent and highly effective in what we do requires ample and ongoing training. I am here tonight because I am passionate about instructional strategies, specifically ones that are good for all students. As a teacher, I've been fortunate enough to receive a great amount of training during my career. I give a lot of credit to this training, the conferences, both here and in Reno, to making me the educator I am today. Differentiated instruction through guided reading is a proven and effective means of helping students develop into secure and thoughtful readers. It was decided we wanted to add guided reading training to our intervention specialists last year. I was given the opportunity to pursue looking for a professional in the field. I called an instructional coach from another district who gave me Julie Webb's name. That was an amazing resource that we were given. I attribute much of the success that we're having at Southport guided reading to her expertise and her leadership. She has provided a foundation that teachers can go back time and time again when planning together, meeting with me for coaching, and during our after-school guided reading meetings. This week, by the way, we had 12 teachers show up at an after-school meeting to get more information about guided reading in their classrooms. Especially with the reduction of intervention specialist staffing, I think it's more important than ever to provide the training and support our teachers need to help our struggling learners, our GATE students, and everyone in between. And I believe guided reading is a good option for that. Learning to utilize these balanced literacy strategies takes extensive training and practice. Julie Webb has built the rapport and trust of our teachers, and her training has impacted the lives of hundreds of students already. Continuing this process could impact the lives of all of our students in our district. So I would like to ask the board to strongly consider using the money available to hire Julie Webb this next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. I have Michelle Garcia again.
Thank you. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Nicole Wilson, third grade teacher at Riverbank. I began teaching in 1997 at Alice Norman Elementary School. I was very fortunate to get a job teaching first grade at a school site that valued early literacy and good first instruction. We had 2 reading specialists who supported us and trained us in guided reading. Our library was stocked with hundreds of leveled books. 5 years into my career, all kinder and first grade teachers were trained in reading recovery. We taught reading recovery before school, after, and used those strategies to strengthen our small group reading instruction. All teachers kinder through third grade taught guided reading daily. Hundreds of students each year were getting phenomenal first instruction. In my humble opinion, we rocked as reading teachers because we had the knowledge and the resources to teach kids at their academic levels. At year 10 of my teaching, I found myself teaching third grade at a new school site in Washington Unified. I encountered students who were 2 and 3 years below grade level. This was no fault of the amazing teachers they had before me, but it was the result of lack of appropriate resources. To my dismay, there were no guided reading books to help me with my struggling students. These students were reading at a kinder or first grade level, and the only thing I had access to was open court, decodable books, which went against everything I knew about early literacy and teaching children to read. Unfortunately, this lack of instructional materials at the correct level for my Tier 3 and Tier 2 students was missing for years, too many years. Until last year when the district adopted the Wonders Language Arts program. The adoption came with leveled readers. I was happy to have the materials to teach my low readers, but I soon discovered that the lowest level books were still too difficult for my low readers to access. And my Tier 3 students continued to struggle. This is year 23 for me. I've waited over 13 years for the district to make guided reading a priority again, and I jumped at the chance to be on the Reads team. This year has been amazing. My students are excited about reading. I'm excited about teaching them to read. They love the books in our guided reading library and are always enthusiastic to come to my reading table. There are currently 5 Reads teachers at Riverbank. That's over 100 students receiving outstanding first instruction in reading.
Juliet.
You can submit us
Thank you.
the letter.
May I? And I have 2 others as
Please
well.
give
May
to
I leave them?
Superintendent
Okay.
Luna.
Thank you.
Juliet Patrick.
Hello, my name is Juliet Patrick. I'm a 6th grade English teacher at Riverbank. I started working at Washington Unified School District. Got a couple extra seconds. Didn't I? I started working at Washington Unified School District at Golden State Middle School as a 7th and 8th grade English teacher. At Golden State, I worked on a team of more than a dozen 7th and 8th grade English teachers. I spent many of my prep periods collaborating with my colleagues or grading in the back of a classroom while observing more experienced teachers in action. Now I am the only 6th grade English teacher at Riverbank. I have to travel to another site to find another person who teaches the same thing that I do. One way the district has worked to overcome that fracture is through the rigorous curriculum design under the leadership of ICLE. One reason you should continue to fund ICLE and the district's RCD plan is that it builds a bridge connecting your middle school teachers to each other. We aren't working in isolation anymore. Early in the process, our Dream Team member brought the entire 6th grade English team to help develop our RCD units of study. We are all focused on delivering instruction on the same standards within the same timeframes now. We are building units of study that are standards-based and highly engaging. We are reviewing and revising those units of study together to make them better each year. In addition, rich units of study have been developed. There have been times when I have hesitated to try an RCD task. Sometimes I felt my students can't do this, or the activity is outside of my comfort zone. With the support of the other 6th grade teachers who are also trying to do the same thing, I've pushed myself to work outside of my comfort zone. Every time I've done something from the RCD unit that I was reluctant to try, my students have loved the activity and has enriched my curriculum. Without that bridge and support, I would have never attempted to have a mock trial about environmental activism, facilitated debates, held a narrative writing competition, or many other engaging lessons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trish Dietrich.
Good evening. Thank you for having us to speak tonight. I wanted to speak because I have been a teacher in the district for the past 14 years. I've been involved with the RCD program for the past 2 years and the guided reading program during this school year. I'm asking you tonight to fund the support that we need to continue to fully implement these programs in our district. Both guided reading and the rigorous curriculum design programs have been transformative in my classroom. These programs put students at the center of all we do. Both programs require teachers to identify specific student needs and deliver instruction that meets those unique needs. Data is used to evaluate effectiveness and target student needs until content is mastered. All students and teachers are held accountable for achieving mastery of standards, and we work to refine and reteach until we reach our goals. In addition to promoting academic rigor and mastery for all learners, RCD and guided reading promote the kind of exciting, curious, joyful learning we all want for our kids. If we as a district are looking to promote lifelong love of learning, we must continue to fully implement these programs. The RCD units are built around engaging in purposeful tasks that spark curiosity and give purpose to learning. Students showcase their creativity with projects built into each unit. Just this month in my classroom, we built rockets after reading about force and motion, and we're currently creating and advertising our own personal islands on Island B&B. All learners experience hands-on projects and real-life scenarios. Students know that support will be given and adjustments will be made to ensure that they reach their goals. They're willing to struggle through rigorous and challenging work because they are driven by passion and purpose. I've lived this transformation in my classroom and admit there are challenges. Adjustments have been made and will continue to be made. In this process, there's no clear path to success because no two students have exactly the same needs. Guided reading and RCD are not quick fixes, they're not easy work, but our students are worth it. And I ask that the board stay the course, give the programs the time and support they need to facilitate real change and propel WUSD into a district that supports individual needs and all learners.
Thank you. I don't see Jay Burns here. Okay, we're moving on.
He ditto.
Erin Cormier. Okay. Ms. Gina Flint.
Good evening. I'm a Southport first grade teacher, proud first grade teacher. I wanted to thank the board and the school district for allowing me the opportunity. I'm a reads teacher. Guided reading this year is, in lack of better words, life-changing, not only for teachers, but students as well. There were many students inside my classroom at the beginning of this school year that unfortunately I heard, I can't read, routinely. They were not where they needed to be prepared to start first grade. This, of course, I told them, broke my heart. You are in the right spot. That's what first grade is all about. I am here to help you, and we are going to do this. And I am happy to say at this board meeting that we are so far beyond the echoes of my students saying that they cannot read. It has been life-changing as a teacher as well. The support amongst the group of teachers at our own school site, it was mentioned that Southport had a remarkable amount of teachers who wanted to get on board. I was so fortunate. I would love the opportunity for my fellow teachers to have the opportunity to go through the training with Julie Webb. With the book room that the district has purchased, these books are phenomenal. I routinely consider them gold. I commonly call them gold. So I know that the board holds true to their heart reading, and I've heard many comments about the reading and the reading teachers and the loss of them. Although guided reading does not replace what that loss is, it certainly has a very strategic plan in order to get the students to where they need to go. Michelle mentioned looking at students in their eyes. It is individual, so although we have them in a small group, every single student has a goal to further their need, and they consider themselves readers. And that is truly, I tell them every morning we start our morning with our familiar reading, and every single morning I tell them that they just melt my heart because there's no better way to start a day than 6- and 7-year-olds reading.
Thank you, Ms. Flint. Danny Langford. Okay. Do I have any questions or discussion? We have about 3 minutes left until time's up.
Was the LCAP committee in on this? I mean, was it presented to them? Just curiosity.
Yes, it was. It was it's part of one of our actions and goals, Goal 3 and Goal 1.
Okay, thanks.
It says that was pre- and post-assessment data. Do we have that data for the results for this past year?
Yes, we do. However, I made a commitment to the team that we would not, as a district, be looking at that data because this is a process and they're tweaking and refining. And there was a history in this district of data being weaponized against teachers. And so I promised them that I look at it and I get so excited at the growth I'm seeing, but to share that publicly, I would respectfully ask if we could wait till year 2.
So is this the first year? This the first year?
This is the first year, and as our eloquent, amazing teacher stated, it's a process, and there's a lot of tweaks and refinement that need to happen. And so in all fairness to them, I'd love to give us 1 year of as a baseline without sharing it publicly.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Now, I'm going to make a motion for us to extend for another 20 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, 20 more minutes.
Um,
Let Trustee
I'm
Kirby
sorry.
Gonzalez first.
No, I didn't know you were going to still go. I was just going to thank everybody for being here, especially our educators who have Read Across America Day tomorrow. It's going to be kind of crazy. And so just a huge thanks to them for all that they do. And I am absolutely supportive of this. And so thanks to all the people that were here.
Clerk Jackson, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, because as I was preparing, I was looking at this, and I was actually just looking up again here. I saw that there was, so this is the first year for the guided reading portion?
Correct. Excuse me, let me correct myself. The first year was last year that we did just with the reading intervention specialists.
Okay.
Then over the summer, we invited teachers to come. As Michelle Garcia stated, about 50 came to the first training, 35 to the second. And then we invited teachers to apply who want to be part of the process. And due to substitute shortages, we could only get 18.
Okay.
So this year, 18 teachers are being trained once a month with Julie Webb. We are proposing under this low-performing block grant to increase that amount next year to do 36. So we will have 72, if my math is correct, teachers trained, K-3 in guided reading. The first cohort of reads this year and 2 cohorts next year, plus the additional 14 reading intervention specialists. So it's more than.
And that's what the 87.5 is for?
The 87.5 is for the contract for Julie Webb to provide summer training and 2 trainings a month for cohort 2 and cohort 3.
So, and that's where I guess that would be what, another 100 and some odd. I'm just concerned because it's going through this. I pulled up a bunch of other things that looks like we spent quite a bit of money on consulting different things with these folks. And just want to make sure, without the data, it's kind of hard to know, well, is it effective or not? And just want to make sure we're not throwing good money after bad.
So I do have the guided reading data. We can pull that data and share that data. That's using a research-based proven method. So that's the difference between RCD that was created by teachers, for teachers, versus guided reading. The program we're using was created by Fountas and Pennell, Gesu Pennell and Irene Fountas, who are researchers, and this has been used, I want to say, at least over 20 years, so they have data to back it up. So that's the difference between a professional and our teachers. Our reading intervention specialists have been collecting data to show the growth of their students, and we have seen tremendous growth. I can pull that data. Actually, Michelle can pull it, and we can share that data with you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I don't know, we clearly don't have it now, so maybe just a memo to the board, because I know you don't want to weaponize the data against teachers, but I don't think they'd probably be really excited to see the growth, so.
Is it Common Core aligned?
Yes.
Okay.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right. It passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Washington Middle College High School Low Performing Student Block Grant. Dr. Parsons.
I don't have a lot of speakers tonight. This is
Have a few, though,
I
so you know.
A few public comments.
This is the second low-performing grant. It is based on the 16-17 eligible students. With that, Middle College High School will be allocated $1,976 in collaboration with Mr. O'Neill, the principal at Washington Middle College. He really wants to focus more on project-based learning in his Innovation and Creation Lab. So he's going to be using this money to pay extra hours to teachers, as well as supplies needed to start his electronic portfolios for all kids.
Outstanding.
We have a couple of public comments. Ms. Danny Langford.
She's
Here. Okay, then I'll come back. So Ms. Pat Flint.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment that I have questioned the expense of the middle college before. But I came up with a brilliant idea, I think. Anyway, move the, don't laugh at me, Kobe. Move the middle college to the River City campus and make this program a pathway. So thank you.
That was quick.
Danny's back.
Ms. Danny Langford is back. So Ms. Danny Langford, would you like to speak on this item? Great. So do I have any questions from the board regarding this?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes. Now we have O2. And Clerk Jackson, you requested to remove this item from consent?
I
So-
did.
Superintendent Luna, I don't know who's presenting on O2.
It depends what the question is.
Well, the question
on the
is,
O2.
the reason why I asked to have it removed from consent was simply because as much as I may agree with the statements of Ms. Don earlier about wanting to make sure that, that all the folks that we issue as few pink slips as possible by March 15th. I believe that including the instructional coaches on that agenda item at this particular time, to me, it seems a little bit improper without having the whole entire layoff process play itself out. Not only that, the optics of it, and that we are saying, hey, we need to lay off teachers to make cuts, but then conversely, turning right around and hiring teachers. If I was someone that had just lost my position, I would be a little bit upset about the fact that now the district is now turning around and hiring people when they just laid me off. So for one, I think that would be, I think it's more prudent to let the layoff process play itself out. And then two, get a cost analysis of the positions that have been cut and the savings that the cuts are that we will incur from the cuts that have been made. And then work those hires back into the equation to make sure that we're still on track to save the amount of money that we are anticipating with the cuts. Because as of this point, I believe everything is still being approximate. I think it's time to get rid of that approximate and get more of a solid number so that we know exactly how much we're saving, so that we're on track to meeting the goals that we set out by making the cuts to begin with.
Superintendent Luna?
Yeah, thank you, Clerk Jackson, for bringing up the points there. So there's a couple things in there, and help me because I wasn't writing down all the different points. So I want to make sure to address them. So in terms of the exact costs of savings, so in our budget cycle, we have the unaudited actuals, which come, I believe, in September. And then, and that's the actual closing of the books of the previous school year cycle. So that's when we actually know exactly to the penny the cost savings of that. And the second thing in regards to the bumping process of which we're currently in right now, These 7 coach positions allows 7 people to not receive a pink slip on March 15th. Because those, and it's a different work, so it kind of goes with the other point. Instructional coaching is not is a new position in our district, so it's different work than what was on the certificated PKS. So it's not necessarily working directly with children, it's building the capacity across the district by supporting teachers in the classrooms. So it's different work, and it also allows the positions, people in the positions that maybe were eliminated, to fill these 7 positions, of which I believe tonight that is happening. So in filling these 7 positions as coaches, it allows people to get a position instead of getting a pink slip, and it also allows some more bumping, because I believe there might be 1 or 2 positions that come from classroom that actually are being appointed as coaches this evening, should the board approve this particular agenda item. So there's a couple things in there that go with it. I hope that was helpful.
As a point of clarification, because I think we had also at 11 o'clock at night the discussion around
that's why I was like, make sure I answered
and
the
the last
question.
certificated PKS, because I know there was a lengthy discussion on the reading specialist, and so I think
right.
as part of that 11:30 discussion
Yes.
last time, is this part of that restructure conversation that we were talking about at a couple of board meetings ago?
It has to do a little bit with that. So the board approved the job descriptions and the adding of instructional coaches. So it kind of goes hand in hand with what we're doing with guided reading, of building the capacity across the district. Instead of pull out, we're building capacity within. And it doesn't mean that we don't need some pull out. We know that helps support some of our students. But what we know is that financially, until we really know what the governor's plan is on promising allocated increased dollars each year, like our former governor did for 8 years. Each year we knew we were going to get millions of dollars by a certain percent every single year. Right now, we're not promised that. And so that's why that financial decision had to be made. The other thing is why we're doing guided reading, to build the capacity within our primary grade teachers to address reading intervention. We still have reading intervention positions, just not 14. And we're also quickly looking at our federal dollars, like our Title I dollars, where school sites themselves with Title I dollars are able, if they make that a priority, to bring back reading specialists. So there's still a lot of things going on right now while we're going through the bumping process. So I don't know if that's more confusion or not, but there's a lot of things that are going on right now, and one, helping people to remain in our district, restructuring at the same time, building capacity at the same time of our teaching staff, and ensuring that we put these programs in place. So.
Just to help clarify as well on the budgetary side, I did account for adding these 7 back in the total cost of the reduction. So that we're still on that same target with these positions. That was the proposal from the beginning. So that I did account for that.
Right. This is on the original.
That was part of the, as I recall, I just want to revisit for transparency.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the last 11:30 PM conversation.
Yes, thank you.
With the PKS.
Yes.
That was the restructure, and I think that when we were trying to figure out the program, it was not necessarily comfortable for folks, but that was part of the restructure conversation, as I recall it.
Right.
But I also think for transparency, the optics of bringing out positions, we need to just explain that it's part of the fiscal decision, but the restructure of ensuring that our students have services. Is that?
Well, the restructuring.
The restructuring of the reading program, right? So
Right. So that's why there's so many things going on, right? With the guided reading, that's addressing the interventions of reading directly to students. Okay, and so we're training our teachers with those skills. They have never been trained in that. So we're building the capacity in that way. The instructional coach model is to help support teachers through these programs of guided reading and the rigorous curriculum design and the standards-based alignment, is to help support all of that directly in the classroom with the teachers.
If I may add on, just to give an example
wait.
briefly.
I'm sorry, I have one before. We have a
Oh,
public
got
comment.
it. Okay.
Pat Flynn. Sorry, I apologize, Pat. You're okay? Okay, we'll continue with discussion then.
So, for example, we've piloted this model with our reading intervention specialist this year. So just for an example, Deanna Wasserman, who's in the back, is a reading intervention specialist, and you can correct me, but she was able to serve through reading intervention about 30 students. That's all her schedule would allow due to recess, et cetera, et cetera. But she has gotten 18 teachers, including the amazing Gina Flint, to do guided reading. So instead of impacting 30 students, Southport, through coaching, now has 430 plus students that get that one-on-one, face-to-face daily intervention and enrichment. Because again, it's from the most struggling reader to your GATE student. And that's due to coaching and professional development.
Okay, real quick question. So P7's going to like be a filler for the reading intervention specialist?
The training.
P7.
The training.
The training.
On here, training.
The guided reading, has been the training that our 18 classroom teachers this year and our reading intervention specialists all received previously. So it's the same training, so it becomes systematic across the district. Next year, we'll have 36 teachers, in addition to the reading intervention specialists. So the reading intervention specialists who are choosing perhaps a position to go back into the classroom versus maybe a coaching position, they will be using guided reading in their classroom because they've already been trained in it.
Okay.
Can I make a quick comment? Since I hear some of the worries, so I just want to share that, and I understand it too, in terms of the reading specialists and that hit, and that we know that's right there one-on-one with kids, and we want to look at our priorities and what we bring back. However, thinking about people too in those positions, if you know that positions have been eliminated, TOSAs have been eliminated, those have been eliminated, and to me, it's important to make sure those names are on here right now, that you land in a place that you want, you feel like you'll be meaningful. Then, if we are able to bring somebody back, it's a whole lot easier for somebody to say, I'd like to now go here, and have a whole pool of good people that we can move into that spot, than leave them kind of in limbo. And so I'm supportive of moving forward with this, and then continuing to have that conversation of what we can bring back. But I want to make sure we have people in these positions that are impactful. When you look at this list, you're rock stars.
Yeah, they're very amazing people.
Go ahead, Trustee Jackson.
Thank you.
No, go ahead. I'll defer.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that if there is a superintendent update tonight, I do actually have pictures of what it looks like.
We have 10 minutes
Of
left.
reading intervention in the first grade classroom. I actually have pictures because I went to go observe it myself. So I'm just saying that, it is happening already in the district. It's pretty amazing.
In the interest of time, I just want to be mindful that we have literally 5 minutes left. So
I will make it short.
Okay.
I think I think for me, and then I think probably even for the public, in the sake of all transparency, what would be beneficial would be to have that cost analysis where we can actually show then, well, this is where we've cut these positions, this is the savings, and so we can kind of see that tally up, so people understand that was our one, so they can actually physically see that it was built into the reductions. And so they can kind of visually see that and but again, to double check for ourselves to make sure that we're on track to meet the targets that we had set out.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it definitely can be shown by the PKS that the board approved, the certificated PKS. It can also be shown in the budget presentations that were given in regards to what reductions would look like in the budget and how we came to those reductions by the positions. So it can definitely be shown on that.
Yeah, in future, maybe a full memo of what that looks like to the board to explain.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Okay, do I have a motion? Because we literally have 3 minutes.
Yeah, if we get that, then I'm fine with it then.
We have a motion from Vice President Pizzotti. We have a second.
I'll second.
Trustee Carabino, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations, Ms. Wasserman. Have a job. Okay, so board and superintendent comments, we have.
Go first.
We have 3 minutes left, and we have also board governance, are one of, African, like, a couple of things I think are fairly important too.
How about let's,
So how
We
do
just
you?
have the superintendents and
how
then
about-
waive the board comments
How about
until
we
next time.
extend for an additional 10 minutes?
Because we have to do the resolution.
Yep,
Yeah.
that is
So-
correct, that's why.
Yeah.
So, do I have a motion to extend for an extra 10, let's go till
15
11:30?
minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes, 11:30, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there was there was also a request to consider us foregoing our board comments. Are we okay with that?
Yes.
I'm okay
Yes.
with it.
Okay,
All right.
good.
Why not?
So
But as long as we still do future board agenda items.
Correct,
then
yes,
okay.
correct. So Superintendent Luna, the board is foregoing their comments, and we would love to see the faces of the children who are impacted by the program.
I have
and-
very few slides, so thank you for this opportunity to share. It's been a long time to be able to hear really about the great things that are happening day to day in our district. The first thing is, because I created this on February 14th, so on February 14th, the entire district went into professional learning, and it was very, very strategic and focused on standards-aligned curriculum, and it was all facilitated by our own teachers and administration the entire day. It was really a great day of learning. The next one, I can send you the link. We had our own teacher from Stonegate, Angela Williams. It was mentioned in the student board report, identified as ABC Teacher of the Month for February. So we can send you that link, as you'll want to see the kids talk about their own teacher and how much they love that class. I also want to give a shout out to Washington Middle College High School, who received their first accreditation through 2021. And that was great work by the staff and the principal there with their goals, and it's going to be an exciting ride. It's not an experiment. It is truly strategic, and our kids are going to college, and Dr. Parsons said there's already one student who has qualifies for their AA.
Nice.
What does reading intervention look like in first grade? This was an amazing day where the principals and assistant principals went on a learning walk. They went to go and see what could it look like in first grade for reading intervention using guided reading. Cindy Robinson is an amazing first grade teacher. You need to go see her. Her literacy is amazing. So what she has is students sitting in groups. They're not in rows, they're in groups. When I was there, this is exactly what the kids were doing. They were doing spelling and not by rote. There's no more writing it 5 times each. They were doing it in context, and these are 6-year-olds. They had writing journals out. They were using Lexia on their computers. They were doing their own editing and revising of their own writing, and they were reading the leveled readers that the district had purchased. All of this was going on while Mrs. Robinson worked with a small group of students. The classroom is thematic, which is part of this concept of project-based learning. Their classroom, when I walked in, I was greeted by a 6-year-old saying, "Welcome to their classroom. We are on an African safari, so when you are in my classroom, you will be on this part of the safari." It was amazing. So what you see here is exactly what will happen in small group instruction. This is Mrs. Robinson giving direct instruction on guided reading, specifically to the 2 students there at their level. While that's going on, 6-year-olds they're doing all those other activities that I had listed out. All of us as adults were amazed, completely amazed at what the kids were doing. And you'll see on the right-hand side there, the Lexia, kids know when they're supposed to get onto that computer and work on their skills. Here's the African safari we saw, and what I want to bring out, because a lot of times from older time of teaching of the CSTs and the No Child Left Behind, we saw a lot of rote writing, in other words, fill in the blank. I want you to know that that entire board, We Are Lions, hear us. those 6-year-olds were writing paragraphs, and it was not copying each other. Every single one was different, meaning that this guided reading is truly working in building their own literacy in writing. So that's what the classroom looks like, and we're getting there. Not every first grade classroom looks like that, but boy, if it did, it would be amazing across our district, and that's what we're working towards. March 16th is going to be a busy day because while the Yes Empowerment Youth Leadership is going on, as we heard tonight from Jesse Salinas, we have the Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership going on at UC Davis, where our students usually attend. And this year, like we have in previous years, we're providing transportation. So we will also include the other opportunity from Jesse Salinas that was shared tonight for our kids to go. Moving forward, we see this at every single parent community forum, whether it's principal coffee or in the evening. And these are our focus areas. So in closing, what I would say to the board is this. There's a quote from Napoleon Hill that says, "The strongest oak tree of the forest is not the one that is protected from the sun and hidden from the sun or protected from the storm. It is the one that stands in the open, where it is compelled to struggle for its existence against the winds and the rains and the scorching sun." And I choose this because the forest is very thick. Our accountability system, I can't even keep up with Dr. Parsons said. I don't know how, it's so complex. And yet, we're expected to make progress. There are 1,100 school districts in California, and that's the forest of us all. But what we have to do is think about Washington Unified and not thinking about how we're going to survive in the forest, but really about how we're going to grow our own oak tree, our own district, our own one entity to make it withstanding and sustainable. And that's looking at our roots and building our roots. And that's kind of where we're at. It takes a while to build the roots, and that's what we're doing now. That's what we want to be, not hidden in the forest. We need to be able to stand up for ourselves as Washington Unified, and it can't just be us. It's got to take everybody. Everything we say, everything that we do, everything that we implement is going to create that tree, whether it's that we're able to stand by ourselves or we get hidden in the forest. This is what I want for our district. I know this is what you want too, and that's what we're fully committed to. And that's my update tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we're going to move on to board governance. R1, action item adoption of resolution 1819-21, recognition of February as African American History Month. Do I have a volunteer to read? Otherwise, I will read it because I think I requested that it would be put on the agenda. Anybody? Okay.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. So we have the very last day of I'm sorry, we're a little bit late. So affirmation of February as African American History Month. Whereas African American History Month encourages society and schools to celebrate the achievements of African Americans, and whereas the Washington Unified School District recognizes that each student needs an opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people, to develop pride in his or her own identity and heritage, and to understand, respect, and accept the identity and heritage of others. Whereas this observance permits society to re-examine its role in preserving the civil rights of all citizens, and whereas corresponding school activities held during this month encourage students to continue to strive for the best education as a means to fulfill their potential, and whereas achievements of African Americans have benefited all humankind, and whereas not only during the month of February 2019, but throughout the school year, it is important to recognize the contributions of African Americans in society and to recognize disparities in student outcomes in order to move towards greater equity in our education system and the greater community. Therefore, be it resolved by the governing board of the Washington Unified School District that February 2019 be designated African American History Month. This is a roll call vote, so Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Oh, I need a motion.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Afala?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The resolution is adopted. R2, quarterly updates, board policy and administrative regulations, Series 1000, community relations. We have 3 minutes.
You're not moving fast enough.
This is CSBA's update. Series 1000 is the CSB updates to facilities use to make sure that they're non-discriminatory in nature and that fees are equally applied and standardized throughout the state by determining direct costs and who they should be applied to.
Any questions?
Nope.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adopted. Okay, R3.
Thank you.
Board policy and administrative regulations, Series 3000.
This series actually covers a number of things. Educational travel, how educational travel is governed for schools, particularly travel trips, overnight trips, et cetera. The more important part, I think, in this section for what we need to be concerned with is actually bidding process for construction. So the legal limits have been raised as far as the requirements governing bidding for construction. And all of those limits are in here. So you'll see that, for example, public projects that can be directly contracted by school staff have gone from 45 to 60,000. Public projects for under 200,000 no longer have to go out to bid, so it's gone from 175 to 200,000. Now that doesn't mean that they don't go out to multiple people. The bidding process versus a request for quote versus an RFP, each one of those is different depending upon the cost, but all of those levels are going up. That's largely in recognition of the cost of actually getting construction done. Our dollars are paying for, or buying, I should say, far less than what they did before the recent increases.
I want to make a motion for another 5 minutes.
We have, how about another 10, because he has another, and then we have future board.
Another 10 minutes, all right?
We're going off the clock, off the electronic clock, that's the battery operated, so. Okay.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
All in favor? Aye. Okay, go ahead. So excited everybody to extend the meeting.
Policy
Go ahead.
stuff is fun, right? Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Are we trying to get through all of these in 5 minutes? Is that what we're doing instead
10
of
minutes.
moving
We got
some of
10
them into the
minutes.
next? Okay, I had questions, but I'm not going to ask them in 2 minutes, so.
Well, we've extended to 10 minutes, so Chris, do you want to come?
But we're trying to do four items plus that in 5.
I was going to suggest that R5
Can
move
move
in
them?
the future, yeah, but.
Can we also move like an R4? Well, my only question then I'll just ask in general about those was, does this change anything that's happening currently? I know like with R2, there were things about facility use and whatnot. So do you foresee any big changes with any of these in terms of how we do business or operate?
No, I mean, we actually still put items out even below the thresholds for getting quotes, because we actually have a bidding pool that we use, so, and we actually still bring those to you as well, because any restricted funds, we still bring to you for approval. It's how we actually obtain the quote for getting the work done. As far as facilities use, we've never had an issue with discrimination in our facilities or charges. We've been very clear on that. So this just cleans up some language statewide to make sure that every district is following those same types of policies. We will update our language, but it's not been an issue here before, so I don't see it changing the way that we've been doing business.
Great, okay.
So we didn't have a motion to move this, or any other questions?
Just real quick, sort of like boilerplate, right, by CSBA?
It is. They're the updates as a result of any legal rulings over the past year.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So adopted. R4, quarterly updates, policy and administrative regulations, Series 5000.
And
Dr.
6,000.
And 6,000. Oh, all in one.
May I respectfully request the board to table this to the next board meeting? There's a new policy in there and significant modifications that I'd like the board to consider.
Thank you.
I have a motion to move.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So R5, so it's the equity statement. I also request that we move this to a future board item.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So now we're S1, future board agenda items. S1 is governance handbook. That will come back to us March 14th, 2019, and is there anything else?
I have some.
Yes, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
One, just to reiterate then that priority list is coming back to us where we can work through the priorities with staff input. Two, a piece of, if this could just be for information, but a document with all the resolutions we passed for the year. I'm thinking of a school site we visited, and they knew very clearly, here's our resolutions, these are the board resolutions that they, in terms of celebrations. So in terms of Black History Month, Women's History Month, having those in one place, because, so we make sure that information is out to staff. They know what we have, and they know it long-term versus passing a resolution here and it not impacting the schools. So if we could have a document with that. And then looking at board agendas in the future, considering moving the superintendent and board comments back up, because we've had a lot of forums, and I've written a lot of notes on those forums, not to talk for an hour, but to bullet them and just be able to quickly say these were 3 concerns we had at this site, and I haven't been able to do that. So we've lost a lot of those, so considering that. And then the last one is having looking at the future, having a special board meeting on governance, just for us to talk about governance procedures. We've usually tried to do those yearly, and I think it's a good thing to do.
Trustee Alcala?
Yes, next month, a resolution for Cesar Chavez.
Okay.
And then I believe there was also one for Gay Pride. It may have been the month after.
June.
Okay.
So why don't we work with staff on all the resolutions that we need to pass in the next school year, including API month and a
right.
number of other things that we've passed in the past.
And I'd just like to say I concur with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez about moving the board and superintendent comments back up to the top. Because I feel like especially the superintendent comments have been put off for far too long. And much of what she says is good things that the public really needs to start hearing about again, and towards putting a positive image out there. So I think it would be very helpful for us.
Great. It fell off last time, but the county district 2x2 with us, Superintendent Vegas and ourselves needs to come back as a policy item. Anything else for future board items to discuss?
I'm sorry, what was that? A 2x2?
So last
with the
time we
county?
had the 2x2 between Supervisor Vegas and ourselves, and that was requested to. It's
But
so
did
late.
we vote on it to adopt it as a?
It needed to be put on an agenda to vote. To create it for
To
as a
create
committee,
it,
to create
yeah.
the 2x2.
I see what you're saying.
Yep. Okay. I need a motion to now close.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So adjourned.